All right, good morning. I'd like to call to order the November 7th, 2023 meeting of the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors. Madam Clerk, can we get a roll call, please?
Supervisor Nelson? Here. Supervisor Lavanino?
Here.
Supervisor Hartman?
Here.
Supervisor Capps?
Here.
And Chair Williams.
Chair Williams is stuck in the traffic that we all had to fight through, so he will be a few minutes late, but we're going to get rolling without him. So we will, at this time, please stand and join the board in pledging allegiance to the flag. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, the next item of business is the approval of the minutes from the October 17th meeting.
Move approval?
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? Okay. Next item of business is the CEO's report.
Good morning, board members. I just have a quick announcement from Public Health. They wanted to let the public know that the Santa Barbara County Animal Services has expanded its operating hours across all 3 shelters located in Santa Maria, Santa Barbara, and Lompoc. The new longer hours are from 10 in the morning until 6 in the evening, Tuesday through Sunday. This initiative is designed to provide greater accessibility to the community, ensuring that pet lovers have more time to visit, adopt, and participate in a variety of services offered by the shelter. And for more information, you can go to our website. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you, Mona. Madam Clerk, are there any announcements or changes to our agenda today?
Vice Chair Lavanino and members of the board, I do have a couple quick announcements this morning. First, we received a continuance request from the department on administrative item number 9. Administrative item number 9 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an agreement to provide affordable housing and rental restrictive covenant for Ocean Meadows Residential Development, 19 DVP2. The Community Services Department is requesting a continuance of the administrative item number 9 to the November 28th Board of Supervisors meeting. This continuance request can be added to the balance of the administrative agenda. And lastly, for the Board of Supervisors methods of public participation and to provide public comment on general public comment or an item on the board's agenda, please see page 2 of the agenda. Individuals that would like to provide verbal public comment may do so via Zoom by registering in advance via the link available on page 2. If you have any questions, please contact the clerk of the board's office at area code 805-568-2240. Again, that number is area code 805-568-2240. And that concludes my announcements for today.
Thank you very much. Would any board members like to pull any items from the administrative agenda?
I'd like to pull A21.
A21. And I'm pulling A58. And what about the public?
Vice Chair Lavanino and members of the board, we have 3 requests to speak from the public on items A11 and A57.
Okay, very good. Don't we do the balance at this point? Yeah. Can I get a motion? I'm rusty at this. I've got 2 months before I'm the chair again, man. This is like getting pulled out of the...
Move the balance of the agenda.
All right. With the...
Including the continuation of the
A9.
A9 till next meeting.
And except for A11, A21, A57, and A58.
Correct. Second on that? Second. Nelson. All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we'll take up the administrative items pulled in numerical order, and I will now close public comment on those items.
Vice Chair Lavanino and members of the board, administrative item number 11 is from the Community Services Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding a racial equity grant program contract with the Fund for Santa Barbara. And we have 2 requests to speak on this item, and we are going to begin on Zoom with Rachel Johnson. And then we are going to come back to Santa Maria with Liam Gallo. Rachel? My apologies. It looks like Rachel is not on Zoom. Rachel, if you can hear the meeting, this is your time to provide your comments on administrative item number 11 for the Racial Equity Grant Program item. Please log in now, and we will now go to Santa Maria with Liam Gallo. Liam?
Good morning, Board of Supervisors.
Morning.
I am here to express my appreciation for you all for acknowledging the need to address racial inequities and the growing disparities along the lines of race and class in Santa Barbara County. I also want to affirm your continued trust in the Fund for Santa Barbara and its grant-making process. As a volunteer with them for almost 3 years now, and as an original committee member for the first Race Equity Fund in the county, I have seen effective process with them, competent people, and compassionate grant-making. I think that in their processes, they have a desire to uplift grassroots organizations, people that don't have the capacity to fully read every single instruction on a grant-making process 5 times over or have done it for 20 years, people that are new to process or doing it for the first time. They are on the phone with them, speaking in Spanish and Mixteco and English, doing the best that they can to make their process accessible. So your trust in them is, I think, well placed. Also, the general concept of funding this issue is urgent, and I urge you to not only make it happen in perpetuity, but also to increase funding, more money for race equity. But yes, thank you.
Thank you, Liam.
And I see Rachel is joined the meeting. Oh, Rachel is off the meeting. Rachel was there. We can come back to Rachel. Perhaps we can trail
Okay,
A11.
let's just trail A11. And Madam Clerk, what's our next
Vice Chair
agenda?
Lavanino and members of the board. Administrative item number 21 is from the District Attorney's Office. It is to consider recommendations regarding the Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJE, Smart Prosecution and Innovative Prosecution Solutions Program Cooperative Agreement, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Okay, Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Vice Chair Lavanino. I pulled this item in part because I wanted to highlight that the District Attorney's Office was able to go out and find some additional funds to solve one of the problems that we're having on making sure that we have the data we need to make good decisions. So I actually asked DA Savanash to be here and to maybe speak about the grant that they received and the work that they're doing in the department on this.
Acting Chair Lavanino and members of the board. Thank you, Supervisor Nelson, for highlighting this. I think it goes to the good work that my office has done. I stood before this board when we were discussing a digital evidence management system and told you it is not a shiny new toy, that the digital tsunami caused by body-worn cameras was coming. It is now upon us. Without a digital evidence management system, we will cease to be able to function, at least effectively, without the significant application of personnel, both on the law enforcement side and the district attorney's office side. My office receives every bit of digital information that is produced in criminal investigations in the county, and we are one of the smallest agencies involved in this system. Recognizing the importance of it, my staff was able to find a grant, which means when we are able to secure a system, we will be able to engage in the first 2 years of at least our incidents of the software without incurring county costs. So I thought that was a huge victory. And I will say in the interim, because the digital tsunami is here, the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Department, the Lompoc Police Department, the Santa Barbara Police Department, and the Santa Maria Police Department all have body cams. They are all different systems. So in between securing this contract and implementing the system, we still have a need to function. We still have a need to bring in the evidence. We still have a constitutional duty to transmit that evidence in a timely fashion to the public defender and other defense attorneys. So in the 9 months to a year or however long it's going to take to implement this, we will have to come up with systems to work with our law enforcement partners to get it in. So I'm just prepping the board for the fact that we still will incur costs because we are going to have to come up with temporary solutions to get this unbelievable amount of data into my office to the defense in an efficient way for us and for our law enforcement partners. But this grant itself will alleviate a county burden, and I just wanted to acknowledge my staff for going out and doing what is best for the citizens of Santa Barbara County and for the budget. So, thank you.
Thank you, DA Savinosh. It's a good reminder that with innovation, there's also costs that are involved, and that's something that we need to be aware of as we try to enhance the due process as well as evidence and making sure that we're protecting not only our law enforcement but the public and those that are accused of crimes. So it's really important that we're engaged in this, and I really appreciate the work that your office is doing and all the other criminal justice partners to make sure that we're bringing this along in a cost-effective manner. And I really want to thank your staff for being innovative and going out and finding this grant that otherwise we would have had a fund with general fund dollars, so that we can make sure that those funds are spent elsewhere, and especially within public safety. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Thank you.
I can make a motion to, or I guess we can do it
Yeah,
all
we'll just do
together.
it together. Next item is,
And Vice Chair Lavanino, members of the board, I did just want to note for the record, we had no request to speak from the public on A21.
cool.
And seeing that Rachel has not rejoined our meeting, we are going to administrative item number 58. Perhaps we can take 57 with the resolution. Administrative item number 58 is from the Fire Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an emergency medical services EMS ambulance transportation implementation plan and funding and salary resolution amendment. And there is a 4/5 vote
Oh.
required on this item.
We're gonna have to wait for DOS then on that. Okay. There he is. Just in time. A58, I pulled for a separate vote. It was just read into the record, and
And Chair Williams, members of the board, just for Chair Williams, since he was just joining us, A58 is from the Fire Department. It is to consider recommendations regarding an emergency medical services ambulance transportation implementation plan and funding and salary resolution amendment, and we have no requests from the public on this item.
Then can I get a motion on A58?
So moved.
Second?
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
me. No.
4-1. Okay, then we now have all the items not to be not all non-resolution items.
And Chair Williams, members of the board, we had a member of the public who was trying to join us via Zoom but never returned. If we can get a motion on administrative item number 11.
Is there a motion on item 11?
I will move with support on item 11. the
Is there a
racial equity
second?
fund.
There's a second. I'd like to make a comment on that item before we move it forward.
Okay,
And we could include in that motion A21, I guess, probably two, right? Because we need to move that one forward as well.
there was no motion on the DA grant?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's first move A21, since there's no more discussion. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
I'll second.
Great. And then your comment on the racial equity grant.
Sure. I got pulled by the public. I wasn't going to pull it, but I want to restate my support for this at this time. This was something that I wrestled with initially when I came on the board, whether I support the Fund for Santa Barbara. I was concerned about some of the political activity and advocacy activity that they were doing. I have met with their executive director and been assured that these funds would be walled off from activities that would not be appropriate for government funds. I also have appreciated that the funds have gone towards education opportunities more often than not for the public on race and equity, and not on necessarily advocacy or political activity, which I was concerned about. I will continue to monitor this process, and I reserve the right to not vote in the future for some of these grant funds for certain organizations that may receive them to do activities that I might object to. But at this point, I have not have not reached that limit with my comfort level. So I am going to continue to support this. So I know Supervisor Capps made a motion on this one, and I will second that.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Administrative item number 51.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 51 is sponsored by Chair Williams. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Lila M. Smith of the Human Resources Department as the November 2023 Employee of the Month in Santa Barbara County. And Lila, if you can join us at the podium with our HR Director, Maria Elena de Quavera, and your beautiful family. And I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas Lila M. Smith exemplifies the county's organizational values of accountability, customer focus, equity and inclusion, innovation, trust, and ethics. And whereas Lila M. Smith models the transformative behaviors of collaborative problem solving, alignment with the county's vision, risk-taking, data-driven decision-making, and strategic thinking. And whereas Lila exemplifies the attributes of a collaborative team player who seeks to gain input from all stakeholders to develop creative solutions to complex problems. And whereas Lila consistently assists her colleagues and departments in accomplishing their goals and program objectives. She demonstrates this attribute in her role as the Office Professional Committee and Workday Functional Lead. And whereas Lila consistently pursues opportunities to innovate and create efficiencies to streamline workflow. She developed a more efficient process for county employees to register for classes using Smartsheet, and she also collaborated with her colleagues to develop the tracking process for the Employee Development Reimbursement Program. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors recognizes Lila M. Smith as the Employee of the Month for November 2023, passed and adopted today.
Good morning, everyone. It's my honor today to introduce our November Employee of the Month, Lila Smith, the county's Learning Management Administrator. Lila has been a dedicated member of our team for over 6 years. She always arrives each day with a positive attitude and a willingness to take on any task. Lila has truly gone above and beyond these past few months as she's spearheading the Workday learning workstream while maintaining her regular duties and ensuring the county's workforce is informed of and registered to attend all compliance coursework as well as the numerous course offerings through the Employee University. Lila has not backed away from any challenge. During COVID, she became a valuable member of the Emergency Operations Center team. She bellied up to the incident and mastered her emergency operations role with the same commitment and drive that she demonstrates regularly. Lila feared speaking to large groups, so she did what any reasonable person would do with such a fear. She raised her hand when asked to facilitate a large countywide labor management committee. She also accepted being the facilitator for the Becoming a Supervisor in Management boot camp courses. Lila also accepted the new role of developing the county's next generation of learning management with the same curiosity and interest that she brings to whatever task is before her. Lila is a brave heart. Lila is currently enrolled in a master's degree program while working full-time. She has just a few months to go yet, but she has excelled as a student, and the county has already benefited from her continued growth and development. More than just a stellar employee and student, Lila is a thoughtful colleague and friend. She is always the first to celebrate successes and lend a hand when needed. Her optimistic spirit lifts our entire department, and we are so fortunate to work alongside her each day. Please join me in congratulating Lila on this well-deserved recognition, and I'm happy that her family is here to celebrate the achievement with her. It's important that they know how much their mommy, their wife, and daughter is appreciated and honored today. Let's give Lila another hand.
Thank you so much. I just wanted to say it is a pleasure working in training with our employees. One of my favorite parts of my job is watching our employees grow and develop. So this is truly an honor. I want to thank the Human Resources Department. They're always so supportive of everything that we do, and especially my organizational and talent development team, Joel Martins de Santana, Susie Troutner, Oren Rowe, and of course, Dr. June Mighty. And a huge thank you to my family who support me in everything. Thank you.
We're going to take one item out of order, administrative item number 55, the resolution for Mr. Galvan.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 55 is sponsored by Supervisor Nelson and Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring Willie Galvan for dedicating his life to serving his country and advocating relentlessly for the youth and veterans of his community. And joining us in person today, we have his family, Helen Galvan and Adrian Galvan. And Willie. I'll go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas in the late 1960s, Willie Galvan, a U.S. Army veteran, relocated to California from Victoria, Texas, where early in his adult life he helped Mexican Americans purchase homes in previously restricted areas, helped launch Hispanic-owned businesses, and assisted individuals in accessing their GI Bill privileges, breaking down barriers and enabling access to resources that had long been denied. And whereas in 1973, he began his lifelong journey of education by enrolling at UC Santa Barbara, earning his BA in political science along with a certificate in criminal justice. Furthermore, he secured a vocational teaching credential from UC Berkeley. While at UCSB, Willie met and married Helen Rivas. Together, they have raised 3 boys, 3 girls, over 30 grandchildren, and 3 great-grandchildren. And whereas Willie's commitment to our youth was highlighted after the 1979 Pepper Tree shooting, when he helped create recreational opportunities for our Evans Park youth by installing handball courts and other programs, including establishing the Pride Gym, People's Responsible Involvement Development Esteem, on Russell Street. One of Willie's boxers, Andrew Maynard, won a gold medal at the 1988 Olympics in Seoul. And whereas Willie's passion for justice and fairness drove him to establish numerous chapters of the American GI Forum, whose mission it is to combat discrimination against veterans of Mexican American descent. Through Willie's advocacy, the American GI Forum has awarded over $500,000 in scholarships to over 500 local students. And whereas the AGIF Education Foundation, which Willie oversees, has significantly expanded, now operating 5 programs totaling over $1 million, with 6 more set to begin in the coming year. This expansion has created job opportunities for 37 individuals and facilitated access to affordable internet services. Through the AGIF Family Assistance Program, approximately 700 veterans and their families have received emergency funds for clothing, food, transportation, medical needs, and lodging. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors wishes to commend Willie Galvan for dedicating his life to serving his country and advocating relentlessly for the youth and veterans of his community. Passed and adopted today.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Steve, you've done a wonderful job for the county too. Your dad did too. I appreciate it very much. And we that work in the community only work and do the best we can. Leaders. And I hope you continue to work. I'm sorry my voice is gone and my legs, but thank you very much.
We will go to administrative item number 52.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 52 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution recognizing the remarkable life-saving emergency response by Juan Romero, Jason White, Jackson James, and others at the Hollister Ranch in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Juan Romero, Jason White, Jackson James, Patrick Kahundig, Juan Bueno, Luis Garibay, Raf Caroga, and Michael Morando. And if you can please join us at the podium, and anyone else I may have missed. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas on September 6, 2023, a young man sustained a life-threatening injury while working in a remote setting at Hollister Ranch on the Gaviota Coast. And whereas the young man was electrocuted while in water, resulting in cardiac arrest. And whereas Juan Romero, head of Hollister Ranch Maintenance, immediately turned off the electrical circuit breaker, thus preventing a potentially multi-casualty event, while also creating a safe zone to aid the victim. And whereas Jason White, an on-site biologist, initiated CPR, while Juan Romero retrieved and applied an AED, regaining a pulse and spontaneous respirations for the victim. And whereas others there present from the Hollister Ranch Owners Association, Granite Construction, and the San Ynez Band of Chumash Indians also attended to the victim, including Jackson James, head of Hollister Ranch Security, who administered CPR and supplemented oxygen before the patient was safely transported to Cottage Hospital. And whereas in the succeeding days, the young man recovered and discharged home neurologically intact. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proudly recognizes and applauds the remarkable emergency response and life-saving efforts carried out by Juan Romero, Jason White, Jackson James, Patrick Kahundig, Juan Bueno, Luis Garibay, Raf Caroga, and Michael Morando. Passed and adopted today.
Wait, don't go yet.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, I just think this is an incredible example of people coming together and under tremendous stress, not losing your heads, but being able to work together and think, and it's miraculous. And I'd just like to know how you did it. How did one person take charge, or did everybody know what to do, or how did this unfold?
It was just one of those situations where you don't think and act. And I think having a team there with a spectrum of skill sets really gave this gentleman an opportunity at life again. It all happened so quickly, but everyone acted very quickly, initiating CPR probably within the first 30 seconds of electrocution, different workers stripping the live wires off of the victim's body, Juan retrieving a defibrillator that was a half-mile away, all which were critical steps in saving this person's life. And really a team effort, as well as like a reflective camaraderie around everyone's involvement. And yeah, thank you for the honor.
Had you worked together as a team before, or the circumstance just created the opportunity and you all jumped in?
It's a mishmash of people working on a construction project, so contractor crews, biologists, San Ynez Band of Chumash Indian representatives, Hollister Ranch representatives, and we had been working on this project for maybe a few weeks before the incident, so all kind of new faces to each other, but a team nonetheless.
Well, and the big lesson is if there's electricity in the water, get that turned off before you jump in. That would have been my mistake.
Yeah, we have Juan to thank for that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
A53.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 53 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming November 12th, 2023 through November 18th, 2023 as Nurse Practitioner Week in Santa Barbara County. And joining us in person today, we have Suzette Chafee and Nancy Warner. And if you can please make your way to the podium. and I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas nurse practitioners, NPs, are advanced practice registered nurses, APRNs, who have advanced clinical education and training, building on their initial registered nurse preparation. There are more than 355,000 licensed nurse practitioners in the United States and approximately 37,000 nurse practitioners in California, providing primary, acute, and specialty care to patients of all ages and walks of life. And whereas nurse practitioners diagnose and treat acute and chronic illnesses, provide reproductive care, prescribe medications, and treatments through a patient-centered approach. And whereas more than 20,000 nurse practitioners are eligible for full practice authority through modernized state laws and improved policies for patient access. And whereas 30 states and the District of Columbia have implemented full practice authority granting patients direct access to high-quality patient care. And whereas nurse practitioners strive to be partners in the health care of their patients, helping encourage healthy behaviors, disease prevention, and providing valuable counseling to guide patients. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors proclaims November 12th through 18th, 2023 as Nurse Practitioner Week in Santa Barbara County and is proud to recognize the countless contributions the nurse practitioners have made over the past 60 years and will continue to make to the health and well-being of residents of our county. Passed and adopted today.
Hi. Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors. I'm feeling quite humbled to be standing here in front of you in the presence of so many who have been honored today with significant contributions. And in light of current events, all of the issues that you as a Board of Supervisors and that we all as individuals are dealing with, the complexity of life in this day and age. I really am grateful to you and to all of you who support nurse practitioners in the contribution that we make with all of our other healthcare providers in the complexity that our healthcare system is today. I am grateful for my colleagues who provide the care, the education, and the support for patients in a patient-centered manner. I encourage all of you to seek health care as best you can find it. It is so complex, and we really want us all to be as healthy as possible. That's my preaching for the moment. But thank you for taking a moment to recognize us. We work hard to support our patients and contribute to our community. Thank you very much. Thank you.
And the need for preventative care is one of the most important imperatives for all of us, both as individuals, employers, and as human beings. Preventative care would not be possible in this day and age without an army of nurse practitioners out there. And I especially appreciate you having Nancy with you. Nancy, for those that don't know, is my nurse practitioner. She's recently retired, and Nancy Werner has done a great job for the people of Carpinteria for many, many years. Let's go to administrative item 54.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 54 is sponsored by Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution proclaiming November 18th, 2023 as Take a Hike Day in Santa Barbara County. And joining us today, we have Otis Califf and members of the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. And if you can please join us at the podium. Is anyone here?
Otis is taking a hike.
Yeah, off with his mules. So read it into the record and I'll give it to him later.
Great. Whereas Santa Barbara County has an abundance of natural resources and freely accessible parks and open spaces that play a central role in our community's quality of life, health, and economic well-being. And whereas hiking is a popular and inexpensive way for people of all ages and abilities to access nature and the enjoyment of trails, parks, and open spaces. And whereas hiking provides numerous physical and mental health benefits, including reducing stress, improving cardiovascular health, and strengthening muscles and bones. And whereas hiking can help to promote interest in environmental stewardship, conservation, and volunteering to make public lands and hiking trails more accessible and enjoyable for all users. And whereas group hikes sponsored by community organizations make it easy for people to get together, socialize, and build relationships with others who share their love of the outdoors. And whereas the County of Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors initiated the Recreation Master Plan process to provide a roadmap for making strategic and equitable investments to meet the parks and recreation needs of residents and generate economic, social, and environmental benefits for the entire community. And whereas Take a Hike Day is a celebration of the benefits of hiking and an opportunity to encourage people to get outside, have fun, and enjoy the trails. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors declares November 18th, 2023 as Take a Hike Day, passed and adopted today.
Administrative item number 56.
Chair Williams and members of the board. Administrative item number 56 is sponsored by Supervisor Lavanino. It is to adopt a resolution of commendation honoring R.W. Scott Construction Co. and Vince Lopez Jr. and Sons General Engineering for a job well done and thanking them for their hard work and dedication to the community. And joining us in person today, we have Steve Scott, Mike Scott, and Vince Lopez Jr. and anyone else you'd like to join you at the podium.
And I'd like to get our Public Works team up there. Walter, quit shaking your head. And Wendy, please come on up for the pictures too.
And I'll go ahead and read the resolution. Whereas the historic winter storms of January and March 2023 resulted in extremely high flows in the Santa Maria River, causing the river to change course and jump its banks in several locations and creating unprecedented flooding in the Guadalupe area west of Highway 1. And whereas it was necessary in September 2023 to immediately restore the alignment of the Santa Maria River to its original location, ahead of the upcoming El Nino rainy season, in order to protect the community of Guadalupe and the citizens and infrastructure of Santa Barbara County, after receiving only limited state and federal support to address this issue. And whereas local contractors, R.W. Scott Construction Company and V. Lopez and Sons General Engineering, both well-respected family-owned businesses based in the Santa Maria Valley, responded to the county's emergency request for assistance when larger contractors did not, postponing previously scheduled work at great inconvenience to undertake the monumental task of clearing out over 1 million cubic yards of accumulated sediment and debris and reshaping over 4 miles of riverbed before the November 1st, 2023 deadline. And whereas R.W. Scott and V. Lopez and Sons procured resources from across the state of California and performed work on a 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week basis to ensure the county's success to save the city of Guadalupe. And whereas R.W. Scott Construction Company and V. Lopez and Sons worked cooperatively under extremely challenging conditions with County Fire, County Public Works, the city of Guadalupe, Caltrans, environmental regulators, elected officials, the general public, and each other. And whereas R.W. Scott and V. Lopez and Sons successfully completed this time-constraint project with no accidents ahead of schedule and under budget. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that the Santa Barbara County Board of Supervisors commends R.W. Scott Construction Company and V. Lopez Jr. and Sons General Engineering for a job extremely well done and thanks them for their hard work and dedication to the community. Passed and adopted today.
Scott, can you lead off? Vince, let's have Scott just kind of set the table.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and board members, for recognizing two outstanding local contractors, Vince Lopez and R.W. Scott, today. They did, as you heard in the resolution, they dropped all kinds of other work to come and help us. We had a huge challenge. We had about 6 weeks to move 1 million cubic yards of earth, and they were on it. And they just did a phenomenal job. They worked great together out there. They worked great with my team, and if I could take a moment and just kind of introduce my team that worked with them out there. So proud of the flood control district. On the field side, Josh Signorelli was kind of the choreographer of all the equipment, working with the contractors, him and Casey Harris. Seth Shank and Heather Moyne, they were in charge of environmental compliance and working on our permit conditions. And they're going to be out there for quite a while because we have to do our mitigation program now. We have to monitor it and establish the Willows over the next 18 or 24 months. So this is going to be an ongoing project. Scotty Bricken, he's our surveyor. He surveyed the 4.5 miles of river in like one weekend, right? So we could get this thing going shortly after your board acted, so we could get this project up and running. And what I call Central Command, Matt Griffin, he oversaw the procurement, the design, and all the construction work. Hansel Corsa, he actually did the design, oversaw the finances as we went forward. Andrew Raff, he was our environmental and permitting leadership during this whole process. I want to thank Philip in Engineering as well, Jerry Missamore and Kelly Wheeler. They were involved in construction oversight working with our team. And certainly Chief Hartwig and the brush crew, they were phenomenal. They were in there a couple days after the board acted and started helping us clear vegetation so we could in and do the work. So, keep in mind all these people have normal daytime jobs, including the contractors. We're getting a county ready for El Nino this winter. They just all stepped up and said, let's get this done. And getting the rest of the county ready for El Nino. So just an outstanding effort, huge team effort. And we owe every single one of them a debt that we can't repay. They just did it as public servants. So thank you so much.
First, we'd like to thank the board for approving the project, and we appreciate flood control thinking of us and giving us a call and giving us the opportunity. Thank you.
There's really no need to thank us. We've helped out with the emergency work for decades here. It's always fun. It's always interesting, but I do appreciate the acknowledgement. Thank you very much.
Yeah, just real quick, I just wanted to, again, appreciate you guys. When I heard this, somebody had mentioned that this is going to be a heavy lift, and I've been around D.C. and Sacramento enough to know that if somebody says it's a heavy lift, it means it's probably not going to get done. So the fact that you guys actually did something that's pretty much an engineering marvel, as fast as you did it, as quick as you did it, and on budget, under budget, on time, no accidents, with as much as equipment it was out there. That's amazing. And want to thank Wendy especially for getting us hooked up with the Army Corps and all the work that Congressman Carbajal did on this project as well. We really appreciate it, as well as our state partners. Even though they were a little short on the funding and we had to pick up the slack. By slack, I mean all of it. We still appreciate the effort that they put in. So, again, thank you very much. The people of Guadalupe can sleep a lot better at night knowing you guys did your job. Thank you. Especially Scott, also McGulpin. Way to put it all together.
And Supervisor Lavanino, if I just take 1 second. So as the county executive officer, the most heated argument I've ever had with Scott McGulpin was over this project. And Supervisor Lavanino was in the call with us, and he'd never seen me or Scott as angry at each other. But part of it was I just didn't believe we can get it done, and he proved me wrong. So I want to thank Scott in particular, as well as Walter, but thank Scott for his leadership, his vision. And he said sometimes you have to take risks to do the right thing. So thank you, Scott.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. And we have to, Supervisor Lavanino, like a good leader that he is thanking everybody else. But really, without his leadership, his Chief of Staff, Corey Bantalon, really taking this head on. Governmental processes are very complicated and very difficult to accomplish. But really, if you have that political will and that push and that effort, you can make things like this happen. There's many people in the community of Guadalupe, many farmers out there that said, there's no way that we can do that. County government can't step up, can't do anything for the farmers or for the community of Guadalupe. And under Supervisor Lavanino's leadership, they really picked up that ball and got over the inline. So really thank you, Supervisor Lavanino. Thank you, Corey Bantalon. I know he's not in the room here, but a lot of thanks goes to him on organizing this. This is definitely one of the things that is momentous in our county, and should be something that we look to in the future as a way that we all stepped up together and really, what in this case was one county, one future. So thank you, the whole team.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, I know we already read into the record the Take a Hike resolution, but Otis Califf is here, and I'd like him to come up and just have his picture taken getting the resolution, if that's all right.
Mr. Califf.
Thanks very much. I came from Santa Barbara and got lost, and so good morning, Chair Williams and Board. I'm Otis. My name is Otis Califf. I'm chair of the County Riding and Hiking Trails Advisory Committee. We were established by the board over 45 years ago to advise you on trail-related matters. I'm honored to accept a resolution that recognizes the nationally celebrated Take a Hike Day, dedicated to getting people outside to have fun and enjoy the county's trails. We have an awfully nice climate, especially today, abundant natural resources, and a substantial trail infrastructure, and one would think there would be no need to bring awareness to a popular outdoor activity like walking. On the contrary, our community needs reminders like Take a Hike, because they serve as great tools for education and outreach. The importance of your resolution to take a hike is not just in its symbolic value, but it's in its transformative potential. Such resolutions have the power to serve as springboards to action, mobilization of individuals, organizations, and government agencies to address critical challenges and create positive change. It sends a message about what is important, what you consider to be important. We must fulfill the promise to current and future generations with new and improved trails. Here are a few that come to mind. Close the gaps in the California Coastal Trail between Guadalupe and Carpinteria. Make it easier to move to easier and more enjoyable to get to Point Sal Regional Preserve. Complete the levee trail along the Santa Maria River. Add new trails to get into the Los Padres National Forest, particularly near Cuyama and above Goleta. And then I realized that we missed the second district, and so then I thought the Slippery Rock Trail, the old San Marco, the old stagecoach route over there, over San Marcos Pass, where Fremont came in and captured Santa Barbara. That should be a National Historic Trail. So Take a Hike Day serves as a reminder of the successes we've had, the challenges we face, and the work that remains to build the infrastructure we need so everybody can go outside, have fun, and enjoy the county trails. And thanks for recognizing the importance of taking a walk in the wild. Thank you very much.
Supervisor Hart.
Oh, well, I just wanted to, so glad Otis got here. He's worked with Boy Scouts for much of his life, teaching people how to enjoy outdoors and be safe. And he clears trails in the National Forest. That's what he does in his spare time. So he works to make trail, and CRATAC, so he works to make trails available to all of us. So I really appreciate his work.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, I just wanted to chime in because I'm someone who hikes a couple times a week when I can, and this last week I just happened to be up on the Jesucita Trail and ran into a county ranger clearing the trail, and it's one of those jobs I don't think people think about all that much, but that our county provides, and I'm personally very grateful. Thanks.
Administrative item 57.
Chair Williams and members of the board, administrative item number 57 is sponsored by Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman. It is to adopt a resolution in support of Israel's right to security, peace, and commitment to combating anti-Semitism and Islamophobia. And joining us via Zoom today, we have Rabbi Steve Cohen. And I believe we will see you momentarily, Rabbi.
I have gone on to the video.
Great, thank you very much. And I will go ahead and read the resolution into the record. Whereas the Board of Supervisors recognizes the principles and purposes of the United Nations Charter, and in light of the recent and tragic events in the Holy Land of all the monotheistic faiths, and whereas we emphasize the urgent need for lasting peace in the Middle East, and whereas we recognize that there is no humanity without peace, justice, and love, and giving to others what we want for ourselves. There is no justice without acts that are just. There is no compassion if we are not compassionate in all our thoughts and actions. And whereas we recognize the inherent right of people to live in security and without the threat of violence, and that all individuals should have the right to enjoy their lives, including participating in joyous cultural events without the threat of violence or being taken as a political hostage. And whereas we stand in solidarity with the State of Israel in its pursuit of security and peace and plead for the immediate return of hostages to their families. And whereas we encourage all parties to actively seek and negotiate solution that ensures the long-term security, stability, and coexistence of both Israel and its neighboring states. And whereas we strongly condemn all forms of anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, discrimination, and hate crimes against individuals and communities based on their religious faith. And whereas we recognize and highlight that here in Santa Barbara County, leaders of our Jewish and Islamic faith communities have stood in solidarity together in times of strife and tragedy by sharing meals together, marching and rallying together, including during this difficult time of fear, grief, and suffering. Now, therefore, be it hereby ordered and resolved that this Board of Supervisors stands in support of the State of Israel, opposition to anti-Semitism and Islamophobia, and highlights the peaceful coexistence of Jewish and Muslim community members here in Santa Barbara County as an expression of humanity coexisting peacefully together. Passed and adopted today.
Rabbi Cohen?
So I want to express my gratitude both personally and on behalf of the Santa Barbara Jewish community for this resolution. Since October 7th, I think the whole world has been focused and disturbed, frightened, agitated by what's going on in Israel and Gaza, and including here in Santa Barbara. And I can say that for the Jewish community, our local Jewish community in particular has been feeling a lot of stress, fear, grief, and at times feeling alone. And so I want to just say that this resolution, which I'm intending to read a little bit of this resolution tonight at a gathering that we're having, a sort of a Jewish community gathering out on Goleta Beach late this afternoon. I'll be reading some of this resolution, and I really believe that it will help. It will help people manage some of those feelings. I'm particularly grateful for the thoughtfulness of the language of this resolution. And as somebody who is being called on to speak publicly about the events in Israel and Gaza, I know that it is not easy to find the right words, to find any words at all right now. As the resolution indicates, we have a long and wonderful history of friendship with our local Muslim community. And we are working together now. We're trying to work together right now to maintain that relationship and our friendship, and also our feelings of safety, feeling safe and at home here in Santa Barbara. We are in deep grief, both for our own people in Israel. Many of us have friends and family over there, and most of our community feels a strong connection to the people of Israel. We're also deeply frightened for the 240 hostages that have now been held for over a month. And we also, and I really want to emphasize this, I know that everyone in our community feels a sense of deep, deep grief for the people who are suffering, the innocent people who are suffering in Gaza. So with all of that, I gratefully accept this resolution on behalf of the Jewish community of Santa Barbara.
We have one other request to speak.
Yes, Chair Williams and members of the board, we have one request to speak from the public on this item here in Santa Maria. We are going to Suzanne Levy. Suzanne?
Thank you. Hi, I'm Suzanne Levy. I'm a 4th District Commissioner with the Women's Commission. I'm on the Board of Trustees of Ellen Hancock College, and I'm the immediate past president of Temple Beth El here in Santa Maria. I want to thank Supervisor Williams and Supervisor Hartman for putting forward a resolution that explicitly states support for Israel. I appreciate that you've educated yourself on the complicated issues surrounding this conflict, something everyone should do before they take a side. In an era when so many elected officials are unwilling to publicly take a stand against anti-Semitism and Islamophobia in fear of retribution, this resolution shows the world that someone, namely the Board of Supervisors of Santa Barbara County, is willing to do something that supports the slogan that the Jewish people coined after World War II. That slogan is "Never Again." Thank you very much.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Well, I just want to thank both speakers for their thoughtfulness. And for me, I felt it was important to issue this resolution both as an affirmation of our humanity. I think it is not in an age where people always feel like they must choose a side all the time and not recognize the humanity of the other side. I think it's important for us to not fall into that trap and to recognize our common humanity, where the innocents on both sides of that border suffer. And I want to particularly make a reach out to one point on maybe critics of the country's Israel policy from the left. Those of us that still believe in peace and a two-state solution must inherently recognize the right of Israel to exist in order to have a two-state solution. There is no two-state solution without that mutual recognition of both to exist. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I wanted to add my gratitude to both of my colleagues for putting this forward. I agree with the rabbi that the language is particularly thoughtful on a very challenging topic. And I just wanted to weigh in with thoughts of how this is impacting our college campuses, where these polarizations are really coming to a head, especially nationally, but here at UCSB. And I've been grateful that our local leaders, and I would add this now too, that have set the tone and set the example with Rabbi Cohen and other Jewish leaders days after October 7th, putting out a joint statement with the Islamic Society, and just sort of, I've been sending that statement to a lot of students who are very distraught by demonstrations and things that are happening on campuses. So this is hard for everyone, and the more that we can come together and express statements against all racism like this one does today is helpful. Thank you.
Supervisor Hartman.
And I just wanted to add my appreciation to Rabbi Cohen and his leadership. That statement was first sent to me by Sheriff Brown, and it is useful to all of us as we try to understand our common humanity and act on it.
Supervisor Nelson.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams. I'm usually very uncomfortable with commenting on things that are outside of the influence of this board, but what's going on internationally here and with Israel is something that goes beyond, and I'm just going to speak as a person, not necessarily as a supervisor, but it is a reminder that evil exists in this world with some of the actions that we're seeing there in the Middle East. And so I think it's important for us to take a stand as a county and as a board, and I really appreciate my colleagues for bringing this forward. I probably would have been a little bit more harsh with the language, but I understand that we're really trying to walk that line of making sure that we're not furthering other discrimination in our outrage over evil that is existing, and that so I really appreciate you guys bringing this forward. I stand with the Jewish people in the state of Israel with these times. Thank you.
With no other requests to speak, I need a motion on this item.
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Thank you. Now's the time. I wanted to make one note of one of the resolutions that we did not present is a very important resolution for those of us in the county family, which is the acknowledgement of Maria Elena de Guevara, her retirement. So I know you tried to shirk time in the limelight, but I need to give you just a moment. She is a beloved member of our Eastside Santa Barbara community, and we will present this resolution, but to her at her retirement on Thursday evening. So we love you, Maria Elena, and we will miss you on a day-to-day basis. But those of us on the East Side will see you still often. Thank you so much. Now is the time for members of the public to speak on items that are not on the agenda. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak on general public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, yes, we have 3 requests to speak on general public comment today. We're going to Zoom for Patty Perez Hogan to be followed by Ted Perez. Patty?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, good morning. I am here before the board on the important matter of my 87-year-old father, Armando Perez. My father has been placed in a questionable conservatorship due to the litigation practices from distant relatives interested only in his personal property and estate. On April 8th, 2021, my father was kidnapped. Local agencies that should protect people under these circumstances did not protect and serve my father to our family. To the contrary, the local Shumash Reservation APS representative Karen Romero, representing herself only as the person in charge of the elders program on the reservation, never stated her affiliation with ICWA as a social worker, started a fierce campaign of false reporting me, pursuing others to falsely report and thrust a volley of flooding to the local APS with overwhelming non-substantial information, perjuring themselves as a means to remove my legal adoption from my father, Armando Perez. Other tribal members who have formed a fraction with Karen Romero are her cousins of the 1/8 and 1/16 lineage, who do not receive the large per capita that the elders of the tribe do. My father was taken as a captive from his niece, who had not visited him in 2 years, sneaking onto our property with a COVID mask on from the rear part of the property while I was gone to the other ranch. My dad was under the supervision of Danielle Lisan, who left my father unsupervised with only the tree trimmer on the property. It took local Santa Maria police officers, Laura Cordero and my dad's brother, Ted Perez, on September 11th, 2021, to retrieve him from his captivity. He was not aware at this point he had been misled and tricked into lodging a restraining order against me, which immediately reversed so he would be able to resume life back at his residence where he previously lived. In January of 2022, Jason Dominguez, then appointed temporary conservator, removed my father from French Hospital with COVID and pneumonia. He was removed without the required oxygen concentrator that was at our residence in Santa Margarita. 2 days later, Jason visited the ranch with my dad and neglected to take his oxygen concentrator from the premises, which he was ordered to do so by the people in the emergency room at French Hospital. Today, my father lives on a ranch that was used as a storage facility in Lompoc under questionable living conditions, is still under lock and key with handlers, with his conservator and caregivers, which routinely are changed and get fired. And there was guarded security there at one point for a number of months, with 24-hour surveillance at his front gate with locks and chains around his front gate. I think they paid around $140,000 to these private security company. There's a new conservator, Shelley McConnell, who my father does not approve of, and who isolates me, his family, and his friends from him. The security was tribal security that was put in place by Jason Dominguez in the bill that was ultimately paid to the conservator who inherited the security arrangement that was in place and ultimately paid the bill.
Thank you, Patty. That is your time. We will now go to Ted Perez to be followed by Laura Cordero. Ted?
Hello.
Hello, Ted. We can hear you. Please proceed.
Okay, my name is Ted Perez. I'm not good at this, but excuse me and thank you for allowing me to talk. My brother is in the Lompoc Ranch, the 3380 White Oak Road, Lompoc 93436. And he would like to get a private lawyer, but he is unable to get a lawyer. He's been using the court's public defenders for the last 2.5 years. And instead of having his personal lawyer go and see him, and I want to know why the Santa Barbara County allows public defenders to go and give him no advice and don't go see him or nothing. So why does he need a public defender to take care of him if he's not being taken care of? And that's usually for people that are criminals, public defenders that can't afford lawyers, and he's got money in the bank. He's got multiple homes, vehicles, and he's being isolated. He's like telling me I'm a prisoner in my own home. I can't even have a dime in my pocket, can't go anywhere. My brother's in need of eye surgery because he got cataracts. He can't see where he's going. He's got to feel around the wall to get there. And that, I could think that's an abuse. And I would like to know how to get him off the public defenders and get him his own personal lawyer in there to take care of these situations. And Teresa, you have anything to say? A lot of our brothers and sisters I'm the one that mostly goes and sees him, but they all live in different states, different places, and are not always allowed to go and see him all the time because they got to come for miles and miles and miles. So if there's any remaining time, you can give it to one of the others, Patty or one of the others.
I'm sorry, sir, we do not transfer time as a procedure of the Board of Supervisors procedures, but thank you for your time.
Yes.
We will now go to Laura Cordero, who is our final speaker in general public comment. Laura?
Yes, good morning, Supervisors. Thank you for having me this morning. I am here to request a comprehensive review of Mr. Armando Perez's conservatorship. Mr. Perez is the same gentleman that Patricia Hogan and Mr. Ted Perez were referring to earlier. He has had a conservatorship in place due to false abuse allegations, which have since been dismissed. It is crucial to reevaluate the grounds for this conservatorship and ensure it aligns with Mr. Perez's current needs. The original rationale for the conservatorship was based on false abuse allegations involving his daughter, but the allegations were dismissed. Decisions regarding Mr. Perez's finances were made based on these accusations, which no longer reflect the situation. Mr. Paris has been caught in a prolonged legal battle over his person and assets, causing more harm than good. I urge the board to end this ongoing state of litigation. I have known Mr. Paris as a close family friend for over 20 years. We shared many life experiences and have strong bonds. I have firsthand knowledge of his health care, could freely visit and spend time with him before the conservatorship. It is heartbreaking that he is now isolated from loved ones, and I have been told by conservators that his inability to remember us means that we should not be allowed to visit him. The conservators' restrictions on Mr. Paris's social life and so forth and access to others is unjustified. There have also been misappropriations of funds, and conservators seem motivated by monetary gain rather than Mr. Paris's well-being. As we reconsider the conservatorship, we must assess whether the original reason for its establishment still holds merit and whether it aligns with Mr. Paris's current circumstances. His rights, wishes, and well-beings must be protected appropriately. And we're all willing to provide evidence and testimony to support our statements. Patty, myself, and one other person met with Joan Hartman over 3 weeks ago, and her response was to go back to the agencies that have allowed this atrocious activity to go on. She referred us back to APS, which we told her we cannot report to because they false report. So we're in a catch-22. Armando does not have an attorney of his own desire. As Mr. Paris stated, he is with a public defender, and we know that the courts are all overloaded and burdened. And one, it's unfair to people who need these public defenders, and it's unfair to Armando, who could pay for his own public defender and has not been granted that right. In closing, I would like to highlight that the original reason for establishing the conservatorship was on false abuse allegations. The conservatorship has isolated Mr. Paris from loved ones and has negatively impacted his social life. The last time I saw him, his hair was buzz cut. He had fingers that were white, and he looks very, he does not look well.
Thank you, Laura. That is your time.
Perfect.
And I just wanted to make sure that we explain, even though, and it can be confusing because there are county employees that do administer the conservatorship program, but I want you to just clarify the Board of Supervisors' role versus the court's role in this. Mona?
And Supervisors and Ms. Codera and the parties that spoke, just let you know we have members of the Public Defender's Office in the audience. They heard your comments, and I'm sure they could follow up as appropriate.
And I would just add that it is not the Board of Supervisors' power to arbitrate the conservatorship matters. That is the court's. Though obviously there are county employees that are involved in the matter. Supervisor Hart.
Well, I just wanted to say that our public defender, Tracy Makuga, is here and nodded her head that she will be following up, so the people who commented will know that.
Thank you so much. We are on to, are we concluded public comment? We are on to D1.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 1 is from the County Executive Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the 2023 winter storms disaster recovery cash flow needs, and there is a 4/5 vote required on this item.
Supervisors, as they're setting up to present, it's unusual for us to be having a D item to talk about our cash flow needs, but this is so significant, we thought it was important to inform the board.
All right. Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board. Thank you. My name is Ted Tiber. I'm an analyst in the CEO's office here today, presenting the winter storms disaster cash flow item with Julie Hagan and Mustafa Estaji from Public Works and Jill Van Wee from Community Services. So for background, today's item budgets $24.5 million primarily from the general fund for significant disaster recovery needs from last winter's storms. This depletes the $14 million disaster set aside and uses $9.4 million from last year's year-end surplus. We should not expect significant surplus this fiscal year end. This means that next budget year, one-time funding will be constricted. Additional funding for storm repair may be needed if FEMA reimbursements are not approved, if project costs increase above estimates, or if the county incurs additional significant damages with this coming El Nino winter. Just for a roadmap for today's presentation, so I'll start with a breakdown of the recommended funding allocation. I'll then provide an overview of the 2023 winter storms and a status update on where we are with FEMA and Cal OES cost reimbursement. Public Works will then present their transportation projects to be funded with today's board item, and then Community Services will present their parks projects to be funded. And finally, I'll conclude with a summary of the remaining fiscal year 22-23 carryover. So on the left side of this slide, you see the total funding sources for today's recommended budget revision, comprising $24.5 million. $14 million was already set aside in the general fund for disaster recovery. $9.4 million is prior year unallocated, and then $1.18 million from roads fund balance is also being drawn. On the right side of this slide, you see the total funding uses for today's recommended budget revision. $23.5 million for Public Works transportation projects that are anticipated to be completed this fiscal year, and $955,000 for community services projects that are anticipated to be completed this fiscal year. Note that both Public Works and Community Services have lots of other storm recovery projects, but these projects that you'll see in the next couple of slides are those that have a strong likelihood of receiving reimbursement and also are likely to be completed this fiscal year. So to dive into kind of an overview and a status update on last winter's storms. So in January, February, and March of this year, storms resulted in 2 presidential disaster declarations for Santa Barbara County. The county's total department damages are approximately $100 million. Public Works comprises $48.1 million, or excuse me, the Transportation Division specifically comprises $48.1 million of that $100 million, and Parks comprises $14.5 million. I think it's worth noting that this is over twice the countywide damages compared to the 2017-2018 Thomas Fire and debris flow. While this year's storms luckily didn't have the tragic loss of life associated with the debris flow, the financial impact to repair county roads and facilities across the county is unprecedented. While we are working with FEMA and Cal OES to recover our costs, at this time, no projects have been approved for reimbursement. We've submitted our initial damage estimates, completed project groupings, and we are currently conducting damage inspections with FEMA. And projects are being submitted as documentation becomes available. But even once projects are fully submitted and eventually approved by FEMA and Cal OES, actual receipt of reimbursement will likely take years. And we can see that based on the kind of recovery, we're still closing out 2017 and 2018 debris flow disasters with FEMA. So now I'm going to turn it over to Julie and Mustafa to walk through the projects that the Transportation Division will complete this fiscal year with this budget action.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams and Supervisors. As Ted mentioned, I'm Julie Hagan, Deputy Public Works Director, and thank you for your consideration of funding for the transportation disaster projects. The projects listed on this slide and the next are on our work list for this fiscal year ending June 30, 2024. The cash flow assistance you are considering will allow us to continue our critical work across the county to put the roads back together. As Ted mentioned, it can take multiple years to receive FEMA reimbursement for all of the disaster projects. As we receive reimbursement from FEMA for each project, we'll roll it into future projects planned over the next 2 years until all of the projects from this disaster are complete. Then we will be able to return the funds to the general fund. Most of the projects, about 80%, should be complete by June 2025, at which time we're estimating we'll be able to start returning some of those funds to the general fund. Next, Mustafa Astaji, our Transportation Division Engineering Manager, is going to talk about the projects here on the slide.
Thanks, Julie. Yeah, good morning. So I will highlight some of the progress that we've made on some of these projects that were shown in the previous slides. And just a general update that thanks to actually our staff's dedication, Director McGoplin's support, and also your board support in expediting the procurement of these projects, we are mostly in design and construction phase on many of the projects listed in the previous two slides. And that's a great news. But now let's take a look at some of these projects. On the upper left side, you can see a drone image of the eastern side on West Main Street in Guadalupe Dunes area. This is the last phase of our temporary emergency access projects that we've been working on in the past few months. And currently we are awarding this project and we're hoping to start the construction in December. On the upper right, you can take a look at Halama Road, milepost 5. We have a road failure. It's a little bit hard to see in the image, but the embankment has been compromised, and we specifically prioritize this project because we're worried that the road will also compromise with a future storm. So we prioritize this project, and we are about to finalize the construction of this project by the end of this year. On the bottom left, you have Refugio Road. We have a road failure on the narrow section of Refugio Road on the north side of the summit. We actually had a meeting with FEMA a week ago to talk about the scope, and we're hoping to start the design process soon so that we can repair this site and similar sites as soon as possible. This is, again, another priority specifically because this is a critical access road for fire department as well. Right next to it, you can see Stagecoach near the Paradise Road end, where we lost more than half of the width of the road in that area. This was a little bit complicated because we need to coordinate with additional agencies, and happy to say that we are done with the construction. The road is open to the public, and the last one in this batch, on the right, you can take a look at Gibraltar Road, milepost 1.2. One out of, I would say, 20 sites that we've established in Gibraltar, many damages on that road, and also East Caminos Cielo. And we started with the lower section of Gibraltar, trying to prioritize access, and now we're approaching to the upper sections of Gibraltar Road, trying to fix some of these bigger sites. And this site, along with 5 more locations on Gibraltar and East Caminos Cielo, is currently in advertisement, and we are hoping to start the construction in December or early January.
Okay, and the projects here are planned to be completed after this fiscal year and will also be submitted for FEMA reimbursement. We are tackling the most impacted and damaged roads first. Many of the roads are both on this list for this fiscal year and the future, as we are first focusing on emergency opening, and then we'll move on to permanent construction repairs. As I mentioned, we'll be submitting for reimbursement from FEMA, and then as we receive the FEMA reimbursement back, we can roll it into these future projects. We are anticipating the projects to be mostly completed by June of 2025, at which time we'll be able to start rolling the money back into the general fund.
Yeah, and as Julie mentioned, we have a different level of prioritization for this category. These are the remainder of the sites from 2023 storms. And we're looking at different factors such as the severity of the damage, FEMA eligibility criteria, and other complications such as permitting requirements and multi-agency coordinations. Some examples are shared here to kind of like walk you all through why we've chosen these sites to be left at the remainder batch. On the left, you can take a look at the Padaro Bridge, or Bridge 206 on Padaro Lane. This is an old bridge, and our staff's recommendation is to replace the bridge with a higher profile deck that can withstand higher volumes of water in a future storm. This will require more effort in design and also longer coordinations with FEMA folks. So we have to push it back to future fiscal years. And on the right side, you can see multiple road failures on Drum Canyon, upper sections of Gibraltar Road, East Camino Cielo, that again, we're hoping to work on next. On the bottom right, you can see a road failure on Palomino Road. It's hard to see the picture and guess the scope of the project, but there's embankment failure, and we have to reestablish the whole embankment and the road. And this is one example we'd like to share here, as this failure is one of the sites that we are a little bit not sure about the reimbursement path. So we're working more carefully with FEMA to make sure that we are 100% reimbursed for the work that we are working on. And so we're working on it in the next fiscal years. Oh, and with that, I'll hand it over to Jules.
Thanks, Mustafa. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. Nice to see you, and thank you for letting us bring some CSD projects, storm damage projects, to you for consideration. We have some Goleta Beach infrastructure, Nihui Falls sediment removal, a floating restroom at Kachuma Lake, and a retaining wall at Santa Rosa Park. Those are pretty much 100% confirmed to be reimbursed by insurance and or FEMA. The other $13.5 million in storm damages to parks are being worked out between insurance and FEMA. We have about $6 million of that $14 million assumed to be reimbursed by insurance, and about $8.5 million for FEMA. Of that 14.5, a third of those costs, $5 million, are at Goleta Beach, and those are the parking lots, and they were damaged not only by the storm, but by necessary and beneficial sediment deposition from flood control operations. That said, we're working with FEMA. I think Ted and I are trying to get a meeting with FEMA at Goleta Beach to affirm, so they can affirm the proposed costs that we have for reimbursement. Once FEMA affirms that, we may be coming back to you guys for fronting those costs for reimbursement. And we can go over all the projects, or just wanted to know general information.
Are there questions from the board?
Oh, sorry, we actually have a couple more slides.
Okay.
Chair.
Oh, these are photos of the sediment deposition at Nihui Falls Park, Group A. We did not proceed with this one right away because the creek at Nihui overflowed and redirected itself. Public Works and CSD Parks have been working really well together. Public Works had to redirect the flow of that river, and now we can start on the sediment removal. Santa Rosa Park retaining wall, that was a tree fell. And then Goleta Beach Park infrastructure, those are just a lot of sidewalks that were lifted up and relocated. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, so just finally here, I just want to talk about some of the remaining fiscal year 22-23 unallocated surplus. So 9.4 million of the 24.5 million appropriated in today's board item are from prior year unallocated surplus. And this slide shows what's left of that prior year balance, which comes to 10.9 million after other board allocations, including the Guadalupe River, the Guadalupe Santa Maria debris removal project for 4.5 million, which was referenced earlier this morning with the honorary resolution for those local contractors, the Toro Canyon oil water separator project, the Cayo Real security contract, and that brings the initial 27.2 to 10.9 remaining. And I just want to note that that 10.9 may be needed for uses listed at the bottom of this slide. Things like debt funding cash flow for COP projects, design of the Northern Branch Jail, workday implementation costs, and again, future emergency response costs if we are to have a big El Nino winter with another disaster. So with that, here's the recommendations included in today's board item, and I would now turn it over to any questions from the board. Thank you.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Capps.
Thank you for this, and I appreciate especially the pictures, because I know the members of the public who access these roads and areas are quite concerned about what the progress is. I'm just was hoping that Julie can unpack what you said about what happens if we have a similar type of or impact of storms again to this work? You said something to the effect of it's like emergency right now, but then permanent reconstruction later. Can you just walk me through that a little bit more?
Sure. So, Supervisor Capps and the board, what we're working on now is to focus on emergency opening, make sure there's at least one lane open everywhere, make sure emergency vehicles can get through, and then we'll focus on the permanent repairs and permanent construction. If there were to be another disaster, like you asked, as we had this year, we would have to reprioritize all of the projects. So we'd go back through and focus on emergency projects, and then prioritize all the projects remaining after that.
Okay. And thank you. Just one other question, because I get literally 2 or 3 emails a week about Goleta Beach. People love their Goleta Beach, and I do too. So I just would like to ask Jill Van Wee if you could talk a little bit more about timeline for that pedestrian reconstruction, so that people have a sense and I can share that out appropriately.
Once these the funds are appropriated, we would be able to, well, I think the majority of the damage actually is about $1.5 million for the pier and $5 million for the parking lots. Okay. That's the big load there. If once these funds won't go far towards those repairs, but once we meet with FEMA and they get on board with the proposed proportion of costs that we think are attributable to FEMA reimbursement, say if we were able to receive funding by spring of 2024, we could implement, say, 3 parking lot projects right away, maybe even 6 of those, or 5 of those 7 parking lots to be repaired, starting in spring 2024.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks for that update.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I just wanted to clarify one thing that I was hoping I misheard. Julie, you mentioned that you would begin reimbursing the general fund in 2025. Why would we not be reimbursing the general fund as FEMA projects, as FEMA does do whatever reimbursement they end up doing? Meaning we're going to need that money for those needs that was in your last slide, and we're going to need some of those before 2025. So can you clarify that for me?
Sure, Chair Williams and supervisors. We have a cash flow set up where we're projecting the cost of all the projects over the next couple of years, and then offset by FEMA reimbursement. So for FEMA reimbursement to come in, it actually takes at least a year for reimbursement to start coming in. And our future projects that we have on that future list total about $21 million. So our estimate is that we'll continue to need those funds because of the delay in receiving FEMA reimbursement and the continuing cost of the projects. As soon as we're done with the funds, we would be returning them. And a good example of that is the high-cost bridge projects that we're currently working on. The funding has actually come in quicker than we had anticipated, and we're paying that back faster than we had anticipated.
And so if I understand that right, you think you will need that for cash flow for other projects that may or may not be reimbursed before the 2025 date?
That's correct. All disaster projects for the disaster at the beginning of this year.
And supervisors, if I may, so we talk about it as cash flow because we do expect or hope for some reimbursement, but these projects take so long, reimbursement takes at least a year. And what Public Works has said, even if we get more flow of funding, there's all these other projects that still need to be funded for which we don't have a source. So that's why we're bringing this to you. It's not like we're expecting a windfall of reimbursement. It's going to come in drips and drabs, and it's already spoken for to a degree. It'll be the board's decision through our budget documents, but that's why we wanted to bring this to your attention.
And if I could just also add one other tip, it was on the slide, but I didn't call it out, but we are leaving the strategic reserve intact We have not dipped into the strategic reserve for disaster cost recovery, and so that will be really critical for COP issuance and debt rating in the coming year for those COP projects.
Yeah, I mean, I would just say that I'm a little uncomfortable with the sort of the board releasing its discretion for 2 years. You know, the projects and the issues on that screen are significant, and you know, some of these things will be reimbursed, maybe not all of them, especially with how badly FEMA is overstretched in the state. But that sort of the idea that we would part with them for the funds, all of the funds for 2 years, and that it would be recycled several times. If we didn't have other needs, I would be comfortable with that. But we already have, as you articulated on that slide, needs that outweigh the 10 million that remain. And so I think that there should be a decision midway through about whether to pursue further projects or whether we can do that or not before we reuse these funds more than once.
Supervisor Williams, that is correct, and I think the future projects that Public Works has shown, those projects have not started, right? There's no contracts for them, so those would be decision points for your board.
Supervisor Hartman.
I'm still struggling here with the big picture. So our total disaster costs were what?
Across all county departments, the initial damages were estimated at just under $100 million.
And we expect how much to be reimbursed by FEMA? Can we ballpark that?
We would expect, in an ideal situation, like 93% of that would be reimbursed.
And then we have a disaster reserve, and we're using some of those funds, but not our strategic reserve. Is that correct?
Correct.
So I guess what I'm trying to understand is this is sobering enough on its own, but if we continue to have disasters, this could really blow our budget to bits. And I don't know how we plan for that, but this storm that we had last year, we've never seen anything quite like that, right? But people are predicting that we may well, in fact, even this year.
So supervisors, through the chair, I think a couple of things. One, so you have your strategic reserve, which is over 40 million. I'm looking at Paul Clement, 44 million, I believe. That is always there as our rainy day fund. As Ted said, because we plan to issue certificates of participation through the bond market, we want to make sure we're fully funded because that is our policy. But that is there. The board set aside $14 million in this current year's budget as a disaster set aside, which we are depleting with this action. So in the future, should we have more disasters, the really issue is what's the prioritization. So the departments have prioritized. So the issue would be what is the priority, what really needs to get done. And in those cases, some things will just take longer to get done. Things may be closed longer. So that's what would occur if we don't have the revenue to support these projects. And again, these are all in the unincorporated area, as we know.
And I think I think this, we all hear from our constituents who want their roads fixed, and they want their roads fixed to better than they were before. And we're in a different world now, and I think we need to figure out how to communicate that to people, that we may not be able to continue to keep roads, remote roads, to the standard that they have expected in the past, just because of these demands on our budget. So I think that we can each do our own, but I think we could use some help from our PIO in this regard as well.
And supervisors, that's why we wanted to bring this to your attention as a D item. We are facing a different world. We do have an El Nino. Kelly's shaking her head yes. And so we as staff are all aware of it, and we just wanted to make the board and the community aware of it.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. The question is whether we can continue to have this much fiscal needs in public safety and the jail, this many fiscal needs in disaster response, and not pursue any other revenue sources, right? I mean, this is I think a significant issue, and if we don't pursue other revenue sources, what are we going to do to adapt? So I think that's important. Is there any request to speak?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no requests to speak on this item.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Move staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Second. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? It is sufficient, barely. Okay. It's a 4/5 vote. Departmental item number 2.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 2 is from the Behavioral Wellness Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding a Santa Barbara County Psychiatric Health Facility PUF report.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board and county staff. I'm Tony Navarro, Director of Behavioral Wellness. Thank you. I have the privilege of presenting to you the annual report of the Psychiatric Health Facility as required by the Psychiatric Health Facility, commonly referred to as the PUF, Governing Board bylaws. I have with me here today, while I am designated as the CEO of the PUF since I arrived as the Director of BeWell, I actually brought with me today the vital and relevant leadership that keeps our PUF going and a robust service to the community. I have today here Branch Chief Laura Zeitz, Quality Care Manager Branch Chief Jamie Husting, BeWell's CFO Chris Ribeiro, and the clinical manager of the PUF, Jen Hedrobo, here to answer any questions that I might not yet be aware of, having only been in my capacity less than 2 years. Today's Psychiatric Health Facility update is an annual report that covers the previous 3 fiscal years, 2021, 21-22, and 22-23. So first of all, what is a psychiatric health facility? It is a maximum 16-bed acute psychiatric hospital, and here ours is dedicated to serve Santa Barbara County residents. It is a Lanterman Petrus Short designated facility, which means that it accommodates individuals that are on 5150 holds, and it also is available to those coming in voluntarily and or on conservatorship. There are 22 or 23 counties only in the state of California that have a PUF in them. In addition to that, we are the only number 2 super PUF in the state. Humboldt County and Santa Barbara County are designated as what are called super PUFs. It means that we are not only licensed by the state under LPS, but we are licensed by the Center for Medicaid Services federally. All right. I was also reminded by leadership today that I want to share before we get further into the report that having a psychiatric health facility, being as there are less than half the counties in the state of California and fewer that are a population our size, with such a valuable treasured resource in county to make sure that we can take care of the most vulnerable and acute need in our county is a wonderful asset to have, and we are proud of our PUF and the services we provide. Being a super PUF means that there are additional qualitative programmatic requirements that we have from a traditional PUF, as well as additional staffing requirements. And so while I don't have all those committed to memory to outline for you here, what this slide shows is the robust treatment programming and services provided at our PUF on a daily basis. So as you can see, we have not only for the staff, a daily multidisciplinary team meeting, and I'll talk a little bit about the success of that in our most recent audit findings later on in the report, but we also have a multitude of programs to provide recovery and stability for those who are receiving services in the PUF. Here on this slide, I just wanted to outline for everyone the PUF Governing Board structure. It consists, of course, of the Board of Supervisors. And the Board of Supervisors has 2 designees on the PUF Governing Board. And the PUF Governing Board handles issues related to our bylaws, our medical staffing, the quality of care, the resources, and the overall operations. Next, under that, we have the PUF Practice Committee, and that includes a doctor that provides the quality assurance and review. We have our pharmacist for the PUF, our medical director, and Dr. Ole Berenson for County Behavioral Wellness, as well as our doctor at the PUF. And they provide oversight on peer review, looking at infection control, credentialing, and privileging, as well as our pharmacy and medication therapeutics issues. And then finally, of course, we have QAPI. QAPI stands for Quality Assurance Performance Improvement Committee, and they are responsible to evaluate our patient care and safety, the quality of our care, and oversee program improvements. Currently, this next slide is the makeup and the assignment of our PUF Governing Board members. So that was just a slide that I wanted to have available to all of you. Tanya Heitman, Assistant CEO, is our current chair, and Chief Deputy of Custody Operations, Vince Wazalewski, is our co-chair. All right. The PUF Governing Board generally meets monthly, and the agenda items include, on a regular basis, but are certainly not limited to, reports on quality indicators, our policies and procedure updates, and review medical staff bylaws, credentialing and privileging of the medical staff, contract monitoring, licensing survey reviews, and patient satisfaction surveys. More recently, we've had some upgrades to the system for safety, and those things are also discussed, reviewed, and overseen by the PUF Governing Board. All right. I wanted to include a slide here to discuss with you all the Quality Assessment and Performance Improvement Committee, also known as QAPI. They're really responsible to maintain effective and data-driven quality assessment of our PUF to ensure that we are definitely not only meeting our contract requirements, but ensuring that we're providing the most responsive and quality care services to those who are served within the PUF. The QAPI committee, along with the Medical Practice Committee, are subject to the ultimate authority and direction of the PUF Governing Board. This committee, as noted in a previous slide, has monthly reports on a number of indicators that pertain to our patient care and facility services and utilization review. The committee oversees the implementation also of any corrective actions we may receive as a result of an audit, and reports those on the progress of those to the medical committee and directly to the PUF Governing Board. All right, the next slides now are going to get into some demographics and data regarding our PUF. And so this slide here outlines the demographics of who is served countywide through our PUF. So as you can see, about 40% of those served in this past year were South County residents, and an additional nearly 40% were North County and West County residents, with approximately 12% out of county. And those would be folks that happen to suffer a psychiatric emergency while visiting or traveling through Santa Barbara County. All right, this next slide is a demonstration of the number of inpatient hospitalizations in the PUF from fiscal year 1920, during the last report here, through current fiscal year 22-23. As you can see, there has been a notable decline from 2021 to 21-22. That decline in those 2 years and then ongoing here in 22-23 are accounted for by a number of different things. First of all, nationwide, there was definitely a drop in inpatient hospitalizations in the first year and a half of COVID. We saw that drastically. But more importantly, as a result of COVID, what we saw in 21-22 and specifically was that there was push from other facilities, right, that we couldn't be transfer folks because of COVID outbreaks in other facilities. So folks were staying longer or couldn't come to our PUF, or our own staffing infections with COVID and reducing the number of staffing did not allow for intakes and admissions on some days as a result. So we saw lower admissions in 21-22. In 22-23, there have been two notable and important advances in our county for the care of persons experiencing psychiatric emergency. A couple of months ago, this board had a presentation from the Marion Crisis Stabilization Unit, and as you heard from them, they actually in their first year served 330 individuals that otherwise would have been referred, maybe have been referred to the PUF or emergency departments. And they are, again, we improved their access point at that meeting and in that contract amendment. And so with that effective utilization of that 24-hour care for persons experiencing 5150 psychiatric emergencies, as well as an increased utilization in our sobering and stabilization centers, both in the North and South County. Beginning in January 2023, we actually have seen since that time a near consistent full capacity usage of the South County Sobering Center. And so both of those are contributing to lower admissions. All right. Oops, did I miss a slide? There we go. All right. The next slide here is the average length of stay over the previous 3 fiscal and current fiscal year. And they're broken down into 3 categories. Incompetent to stand trial, as you can see, is no longer relevant. We'll talk about that in just a second. There's general days for persons that are not on conservatorship, and then the final column is conserved days, and those are days in the PUF for persons who are on Lanterman Petra Short conservatorship. As you can see here, as we look at this, and important to note that in 22-23, the ISTs in this slide are misdemeanor ISTs. And in 22-23, with the passage of, and I'm sorry, I forget the legal terminology of 1001.36. But with the passage of that legislation, the misdemeanors can no longer be referred directly to the PUF for restoration services. And so what is happening is those folks that were being identified in the jails as needing this level of service, we are putting on temporary conservatorships. And so as you can see, that uptick here in 22-23 of 46.3 conserved days also refers to that population now, no longer have a column 1. In 23 also, we are noting that the uptick that we're seeing in conserved, there's a bit of a reduction from 21-22, but again, we're still 7 weeks out from the end of the year, and so we don't have a final number, but and we're only 5 months into this fiscal year, that we are noting that folks are staying longer in LPS conserved placements, and so our ability to hand people off to the appropriate next level is sometimes impacted by other facilities and long-term care facilities being impacted. This next slide speaks a little bit to that more directly, which is acute versus administrative days. Acute days in the PUF are the days when a person is still qualifying for that hold, that 5150 hold, and are experiencing significant and extreme symptoms, present a danger to self or others, or gravely disabled. Administrative days are when folks no longer meet that criteria but are actually still in the PUF because it requires time to find the appropriate placement and or prepare a family or a placement for that person to be received. So it's about finding the appropriate setting as well as sometimes preparing people for that setting. As you can see, consistently admin days outnumber acute days, but we are definitely seeing, again, an increase in the number of admin days as we see more persons that are being identified as conserved in our population, and statewide there being a shortage of beds as folks with LPS conservatorship, as they're aging, as the population's aging, they're staying in those placements longer. So the turnover and flow of those patients is impacted. This next slide specifically, again, more speaks to that issue that I just brought up. Most importantly, though, I think slides, the first slide, two of the slides speak to when we had ISTs and are referencing more fiscal years 2021 and 21-22. That was that in those years, of course, the PUF was the only locked in-county placement that a court could refer a misdemeanor to, and there were small numbers of folks. In 21-22, we actually had 3 individuals that accounted for 4% of all bed days in this category. With that change now of those persons under conservatorship, we continue to see higher numbers of length of stay, not as challenging as before, but with the aging demographic, we do anticipate that length of stay for those on conservatorship will continue to remain at a high level. This next slide is one that displays our PUF revenue and our funding. And as you can see, that the services, the billed services breakdown is dollars that we do or do not leverage from federal government billing to Medi-Cal and Medicare. And the PUF revenue mix there, you can see that about 94% of our revenue comes from Medi-Cal and 6% from Medicare. Again, when we are looking at these slides and understanding those administrative days, just really want to talk about that growing population of older adults who needs longer stays, so reducing the capacity statewide. A further breakdown of our client funding sources in this past year for services to the PUF highlights that we had just about 66% of our days that were billed and accepted were Medi-Cal billed. Another 23% were Medi-Medi, folks who have both Medicare and Medi-Cal, and then another 3% of Medicare only, and roughly 8% of other funding. So given our Super PUF status, we actually are audited not only by the Department of Healthcare Services, but also from the Center for Medicaid Services. And I think it's important to highlight that the audits here that happen at the PUF are actually surprise audits, and they just come when they come, and this is not one that we are given a list of charts for and are able to prepare for, but our staff are just met at the door by someone from the state. And in 2021, we had a biennial licensing survey, and in 2021 we had one finding that required an update to the staff tuberculosis testing policy and procedure, and that plan of correction was submitted and accepted promptly. In January of 2022, DHCS came and did a triennial fiscal survey for the PUF, and there were 0 disallowances on acute days billed to the Department of Healthcare Services. There were a small number of disallowances for admin days, and in that vein, a plan of correction was submitted and accepted as a result of those. I do want to highlight that all of our surveys from DHCS for the PUF are located on the Be Well website for anyone's more comprehensive review. But finally, I'm really proud to announce that in June 2023, we had our biennial surprise licensing survey from DHCS, and while we had 4 findings regarding some medication storage and labeling, and we have a plan of correction that was already submitted and accepted on that, there were no findings to our PUF related to the environment of care or facilities. And it was a remarkable report out from the DHCS staff, who has actually been an auditor or a surveyor, with our PUF for a number of years, and has been with DHCS for a number of years, and wanted to highlight that he has never said to a PUF that he has no findings related to their care and environment, and that we were an exemplary PUF and would be a model for the others in the state. One of the highlights that they noted that I'd like to say out loud here, and for my leadership team that is here, and hopefully staff that may see this or are listening in currently, one of their primary highlights was the remarkable consistency and commitment to patient care that they saw from the day shift to the night shift, that the multidisciplinary teams were highly effective, and that they saw in the charting, the compassion and the care of the teams, but they also saw the professionalism, and they noted that as remarkable. These next two slides are just some survey results that I'd like to highlight for you. As noted in an earlier slide, we do patient satisfaction surveys on folks who are in receiving services at the PUF. And for these survey results, currently wanted to just highlight that in the most recent survey, and I think this is actually an average. I'll have to ask my team. Is this an average of the 3 years or the most recent? Okay, so this is an average over the last 3 annual reviews that we have about an 87% agree to strongly agree when folks are asked, I like the services received here. And similarly, on an average, 78% of folks over the patient survey results in the previous 2.5 years have said, my symptoms are not bothering me as much as before. There's also a survey result that's not on here, but the PUF food is consistently rated in the high 90s. Just want to say that. It's very exciting. And shout out to our vendor that helps us with that. The last thing I wanted to highlight here for the board and today and staff members are some new initiatives that are currently being conducted with our quality control staff and our staff on the PUF. The first one is a Medi-Cal care evaluation. One of the primary tasks that has been identified by QAPI is really looking to reduce our readmission rate, of folks coming back to the PUF. And in 2021, we had a readmission rate of about 11%, and in 22, it was 90%, but 9%, but we're currently on track to have about a 50% increase of 14% readmission. So what's happening now is when someone is readmitted to the PUF, they're immediately, their case is immediately sent and reviewed by the complex care team. And in that team, they are looking at the what occurred between the discharge and the readmission to see where we might tighten up and provide gap services and or where our programming could do better in terms of reducing readmissions over time. We're also happy to announce that we are in the midst of implementing our electronic health record, and we're currently in hybrid mode. And for those who sit on the PUF governing board, I've heard and who have previously sat on the PUF governing board, many have heard that having a standardized electronic health record will go a long way in improving the quality of patient care and reducing any errors in especially medication treatment. So we're excited about that coming on board. We have an increased integration of our pharmacists during the daily treatment team, which has been a really notable increase in the reduction of medication errors and actually helping new staff. We have staff, sometimes we have traveling nurses as a result of staffing issues, and having the pharmacist involved in the daily treatment team, keeping everyone on track is really helpful. The pharmacist is now facilitating medication education groups for the clients. The PUF leadership now has regular meetings with Human Resources to improve their nursing recruitment efforts, and we're making a lot of progress in that area, and thanks to this board last year for also approving the increase in rates to our nursing staff, as well as their special duty and on-call pay has been remarkable. I wanted to note that when we shut down the CSU because of staffing issues at the PUF, that one of the critical reasons that we identified in moving our CSU to a contractor was that the majority of the CSU staff, nearly 3 and probably close to 90% of the staff, asked to stay at the PUF on that team because of the value that they found in being part of such a successful and effective team and the client care they were able to provide at the PUF. So that really helped in some of the vacancies that we had. This year, we're also expanding our partner agency participation. Every day, the PUF has a 10:30 triage call with the local hospitals and their EDs. WellPath is there, as well as our crisis team services. And that daily triage call really ensures that folks are getting to the right level of care timely as possible, and we're identifying step-down options promptly. And then finally, we expanded our support capacity to include an evening nursing supervision position, again, really focusing on the level of care and continuity of care for the patients that we serve at the PUF. That concludes my presentation, and our request here today is that you receive and file our reports on the PUF Health Facility as required by our bylaws, and determine the actions are exempt from CEQA guide and are pursuant to CEQA guidelines. Thank you. And I'll take any questions and or hand them off to my team if I can't answer.
Supervisor Hartman.
So I have a couple. The first thing is you said that having a PUF for our size county is a bit unusual. So I always thought we were really underserved. So how do other counties that don't have PUFs manage to provide this service?
I can't answer for how other counties do that, but what they do is they have to contract out the emergency rooms. There are some counties, for instance, the county I came from, our local hospital had a unit where we held people, but for the most part, we use other counties' beds.
Then the second, you said it's more older adults are coming in and have longer care needs, and so that's driving up the administrative numbers. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, I think across the state, what we're seeing is that our population of those with severe and persistent mental illness are aging. And so not specific to the numbers here at our PUF, but across the state with folks aging and having been most of their adult lives in psychotropic medication treatment, which comes with complex medical needs for many, we are seeing an impaction of the available facilities for persons who are in conservatorship for long-term care. And so that causes an impaction for us in terms of the number of days that we have to hold someone until their placement is ready.
So we're expecting our aging population to almost double over the next 5 to 7 years. Will that have an impact?
I think that given what we've seen thus far, yes, it likely will. And that is something I think in our May presentation to the board on our housing continuum of care, we addressed as a priority for us in the county. Moving forward, looking for opportunities to expand our ability to serve that population ongoing.
And then I just wanted to comment on I guess it's the esprit de corps that you have with your PUF team. That's an extraordinary accomplishment. That not only have we not seen that, but the evaluator hadn't seen that in any other county in a long career. So that is a tremendous achievement, and we're all proud. And I think we can think of another institution in the county that we would like to have that kind of record.
All kudos to Jen Hedrova and Laura Zeitz. Great leadership at the PUF.
Supervisor Capps. We do have 2 requests to speak, so the questions now.
Great. Thank you, Chair Williams, and thank you, Director Navarro. I appreciate this overview. I wanted to pick up on what Supervisor Hartman said about your staff when I was able to tour the PUF a few months ago with Santa Barbara Councilman Mike Jordan. Just was so struck by the level of dedication to your staff and how many the sheer longevity of doing such an incredibly intense job. So that really speaks to your direction and just obviously their own personal commitment. But I was hoping you could go back to slide 11, because I did want to understand better that the administrative designation and how long folks are waiting until there's another place for them to be. I think it's slide 11.
How do I... Oh, there we go. This one?
Yeah, thank you. So I'm just trying to understand, you're trying to get that administrative number down. Is that right?
Yes. I mean, that's everyone's goal, right? Is to be able to have places available for folks to timely move out of the PUF into that care, certainly.
Okay, and how then it wasn't in your presentation, but I saw the proximity of the crisis stabilization unit. I know that it's supposedly going to be reopening soon and now locked. And how will that impact that administration?
Well, actually, it may not impact the administrative days. What will impact is the admissions that will be allowed, because what we do know is that in general, it's over half of folks who exhibit or admitted for a 5150 resolve with really good attention and care within the first 24 hours, which is why there are crisis stabilization units.
And when is the timing for that to be reopened?
The first of the year.
Oh, great. Okay.
Right, the first of the year. We are in the process of finalizing the contract with the vendor.
Great. And I should have asked you this in advance, but I just think it's an important piece of this narrative is to see the places that folks go to, because I remember distinctly in our budget hearings when we had so much advocacy for from those who advocate for those suffering from mental illness. And the fact that you brought forward, I don't know what the number is, but like 160 different beds that, with like Sanctuary Center and all these other partners that we work so closely with hand in hand. And I'm assuming that's where the handoffs happen, correct?
Yes. So I think it's important to note here is this slide here that talks about billed services breakdown, and you see a green part of the slide that says non-billable admin days. That per the Center for Medicaid Services, there are places that are approved for your admin days that you can collect revenue on and those that are not. And so unfortunately, the Center for Medicaid Services identifies that folks coming out of a PUF are going to be best served in a higher level of care in a locked facility. But what we see, as you can see by this slide, is that we do see a number of folks who are able to go home to loved ones who are ready to care for them.
Sure.
And want to care for them. And so we, as you can see, it's about almost a 50-50 split on those at this point. But yes, I think we will see a growing need, especially with the complex medical care as well as severe and persistent mental illness for an aging population, that we will need more access to those beds that we talked about in our slides in May.
Okay.
In our presentation in May.
And my last question is, because I think it's important to keep, you've educated us all about this Medicare waiver that we can't go above 16 because of is there any movement on that?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So the Department of Healthcare Services actually submitted what they called Behavioral Health Connect, which is a waiver plan to the federal government on Friday, October 20th.
Okay.
And so I'm not sure of the timeline for the federal government to review that and send it back to us. But within that is contained a request for an exclusion of the IMD waiver, which would allow for billing of beds beyond 16 to Medi-Cal, and be able to leverage further federal funds to bring it into the system to build out our continuum of care.
So that's in just as of October 20th. It is sort of a wait and see process? Or?
Yes, there is a review by the federal government, and then an approval process. And so we are anxiously awaiting and anticipating that, and again have some plans in the works that we will start to move on if the exclusion is allowed.
Well, fingers crossed for that. Thank you so much.
Let's go to public comment.
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have 2 requests to speak on this item, and I believe only one is currently logged into Zoom. We are going to begin with Lynn Gibbs, to be followed by Leonard Marcus. And Leonard, if you are watching our meeting now, please log in to provide your comments. We will now go to Lynn. Lynn Gibbs.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, thank you. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Lynn Gibbs. I serve as Public Policy Chair for NAMI Santa Barbara County and as an advisor to Families Act. My family's experience in past years with the PUF mirrors the really positive reports you've heard about this morning. My daughter, on occasion, received excellent care there. That was, in my view, life-saving at the time. We're really fortunate to have the PUF, but it's only 16 beds. Last night I reread a 1989 research report on the jail that was produced by, at that time, what was the Santa Barbara Mental Health Association. At that time, 11% of the jail population was estimated to have serious mental illness, and that percentage has grown. Law enforcement officers and community outreach workers were interviewed. The major concern of law enforcement was the lack of appropriate treatment resources for this population outside the jail. Community outreach workers' major concerns were a lack of an adequate place to stabilize those in mental health crisis and an insufficient number of openings at the PUF, causing them to condone incarceration as the only option to protect the client and the community. And we still hear those things. A 2016 report in The Independent noted the same serious concern regarding the severe shortage of acute care beds at the PUF and the predominance of persons there on expensive administration days because we lack subacute beds, limiting even the small potential 16-bed capacity that should be available for acute psychiatric stabilization. Our strategy for dealing with the shortage has been to ration acute care. This goes so far as to prohibit law enforcement from placing 5150s. It isn't working because those with serious mental illness who need secure care don't disappear. Too often they wind up in the jail. We're facing the prospect of a much more expensive jail infrastructure build if we fail to reduce the jail population. For the past 26 years, the mentally ill jail population has continued to grow. We believe we need to at last address a plan to increase the number of acute and subacute beds in our county to provide a full continuum of care. With recent state initiatives, including California's application for the federal IMD exclusion waiver and the governor's $6.4 billion bond proposal, we should have the opportunity to do this, but we need to begin planning for it. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Chair, I just wanted to say something, and thank you, Ms. Gibbs, but to answer Supervisor Hartman's question, because this has come up a lot, and I remember Terry Nisich had found a study, and I can't quote it, but the question is, for a county our size, it is unusual for us to have a super puff for a county our size, and so how our beds provided other places, and what we found in this study was a lot of beds are provided by community hospitals, for-profit hospitals, and nonprofit hospitals. And so the questions are those hospitals, they have to be Medi-Cal eligible to get the reimbursement, and we don't, that's been a challenge in our community. The other thing is, for the boards, Supervisor Lavanino knows this, but for many years we looked over this chart. Chris Ribeiro's in the back saying yes, I remember, because the admin days are a general fund or realignment cost, discretionary revenue. So for many years, every year we looked at this chart, and because it was additional general fund. So I want to thank the PUF and the administration and Laura and everyone for helping get that under containment, but there is a danger that it continues to increase again and becomes a general fund cost. And lastly, the board over the last few years, as Laura and Tony showed in the past, the board invested in community beds, as step-down beds, and the MHRC, and crisis stabilization to reduce, like we said, to help the flow of the PUF and to reduce some of the costs. So that's a little bit more historical context. It doesn't take away from the fact that the PUF has been doing an incredible job from where we started, so thank you to the department.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair. I think one of the interesting things decades ago, when I was running for office, people used to say, hey, just run the county like a business. You hear that a lot, run it like a business. And when you get here, you realize you can't run it like a business because we have things like a psychiatric health facility. If this was a business, that would be the last business you would get involved in. But because we're here to care for the community, the people that can't take care of themselves, this is the business that we are in. And I just want to give a huge shout out to the PUF team for the way that you do run that business, because that is, well, first off, I don't know any employees in the county that go to work in a more stressful environment, maybe in the jail. But every day they're dealing with people that are basically at rock bottom in their own life. And it's got to take a toll on people. But what I'm most impressed about, well, first off,
PUFAs also could be a tremendous liability for the county. I mean, if you think about it, it is from morning to night. There are pitfalls and potholes in the way of, the next lawsuit is 2 minutes away. So the fact that they've done such a great job is really testament to the employees there. But what I'm most impressed with also is, and I think it's a model for any other department head that wants to see how to improve your own system. It is the QAPI measures that are put in place and the minutia detail that this team goes over. It's just a really interesting pattern of identifying an issue, measuring yourself against that issue, being honest with yourself of how you are performing or underperforming, and then instituting corrective action to fix that. So, the phrase is always, we want the employees to be honest. If you made a mistake with something, let's talk about it, let's mark it down, and then let's fix it. And I think that's probably what's led to these, excellent reviews that we've got from our regulators. So, again, I know there was a time when things may not have been as great as they are right now, but it's just a real testament for the people that work there. And at the same time, they do have that, as Lynn talked about, that thoughtful servant heart too. That is, it's not just a business; it's also taking care of people. So we've got some great people working there. Tony, you're doing a great job, and just appreciate everything that they do. Oh, and the governing board doesn't do. We just sit there and listen to all the great things they're doing, and right on, keep doing it. So.
It's not true. It's a very supportive and reflective board. Very thoughtful. Appreciate them.
Well, I just want to, mention that we, and of course, I continue to implore you to look for opportunities out there. And I know you are. Lynn's point is well taken, and as sort of evidence of looking for the opportunities, I'll just make sure the board knows that the CCP just recently supported, where I represent you, and Tracy McCouga also is on that board, supported the expansion at Champions for additional beds. They're expensive beds because they're for justice-involved individuals, but it's also an investment in this continuum of care. And we, as the board and the director, need to continue to look for opportunities to expand that continuum.
Yeah. And just to speak to Lynn Gibbs' point about the opportunities with the bond measure by the governor, that last minute change that they now can be used for some locked facilities was very encouraging to all of us in counties, and we stand ready to capitalize on that here for our county when and if possible.
Okay, is there a motion?
I'll move the staff recommendation to receive and file.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We are going to take a 10-minute break before the item 3, but our clerk has a brief announcement first.
Yes, thank you, Chair Williams and members of the board. I just wanted to briefly announce to members of the public, since I know we have a lot of interest in departmental item number 5, sponsored by Supervisor Capps, regarding an Isla Vista Bluffs update and ordinance amendments, that we are anticipating that item to begin not earlier than 2 p.m. It could even go later than that. But for all members of the public, I know we have a few on Zoom as well, that item is expected to be about 2 p.m. Thank you.
We're reconvening. Let's go to departmental item number 3.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 3 is from the Human Resources Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the management, classification, and compensation plan project update.
Great, thank you. Good morning, Chair Williams and board members. I'm Maria Elena de Guevara. I'm the county's Human Resources Director. This morning, Aaron Jeffrey, Fiscal and Workforce Planning Division Chief, and I will present the status on the Management Class Comp project, and we look forward to receiving your endorsement on the proposed Class and Comp system. To get us started, I thought I'd take us back a little bit, and I'm presenting here. It's a little dark, I apologize for that. But what you'll see here is that back in December of 2021, County HR proposed a 3-phased project plan to make appropriate changes to the existing management class and comp system. At that time, the plan was adopted, the 3 phases, along with some interim steps that have led us to today. And so today, with the support of all my colleagues from the as department directors, we will present the recommended actions to complete phase 2 of the 3-phased approach. Now, some of the members of the public or some of our new supervisor may be asking, why are we focused on the matter of classification and compensation specifically to management? Well, there are 3 good reasons for us to review our class comp system. One of those reasons is we want to be able to meet our organizational needs as well as stay in alignment with industry changes with classifications. The second reason is we want to be able to remain competitive. Having classification structures that are relevant and updated to where we are and having aligned compensation helps us retain and attract talent. A good example of this is the challenges we've experienced for the last several years, specifically on our IT positions. Those classifications are very outdated and not very relevant, and I can assure you that Chris, our new director of IT, was rather challenged, and they're working on those classifications now. But the third reason is, as you know, we're about to launch our enterprise system, Workday, and that's always a good time for us to assess systems, and certainly a class and comp system is part of that. We want to make sure that we are maximizing this new tool and identifying what are changes that we ought to be making so that the rollout of a new system is smooth. And the county has, in fact, made these kinds of reviews in the past. Here you'll see a historical overview that in 1970, the county made the decision at that time to review the existing classification and compensation structure and create another structure. And what you'll see in that left column there is what, from 1970 to 2006, what they had, and I'm just going to point out the job classifications at that time. There were 200 job classifications for all our management levels. That went from department directors, assistant directors, all the way down. And the compensation model was a step-based, a 5-step range. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. But on the right is, at the end of 2006, the staff at that time came before you because it became apparent that a change was necessary. After a 36-year stint of the model that was there, they felt that to better meet the operational needs at that time, we needed to make some changes. And what they did is they consolidated those 200 classifications into 6 management job classifications, and they did away with the 5 steps, and they went to what is known in our industry as broad bands. And let me just give you a visual of what that looks like, these two models. Here's the 36-year model from 1970 to 2006. There's no way I was going to write all 200 classifications, so I just give you the visual of from 1 to 200 individual classifications for the total of 375 managers that were present at that time. And the compensation on the model on the right was a 5-step range of 20% total for those 5 steps. And then, as I mentioned, in 2007, a change was created to better meet the needs of the county at that time. And you'll see that those 200 classifications became 6, and the broadbands went from individual 5-step ranges to broadband ranges with a total of 40%, and that's what makes them the broadbands. So this has now been in place for the last 16 years. And while these two systems served the needs of the county and what the business requirements were at that time, it doesn't matter how effective a system is, it cannot sustain its effectiveness for 30, 20, or even 10 years, particularly in these fast-changing times. And so in a few moments, Aaron will present a class comp model that we believe builds on the past strengths of the past models and meets our current organizational needs. We also believe that the proposed system is designed to enable adjustments while minimizing the need for major organizational change, because it is my understanding that attempts have been made to change this, but it's a huge organizational impact. And so I'm hoping that what we've designed allows for there to be that flexibility that we can do adjustments along the way, still meeting the needs of the organization, still meeting the need for alignment with market and with the industry. So I'll be turning it over now to Aaron, but before I do, I just want to take a few seconds to publicly thank Erin for her conscientious work ethic on this project. Erin has been the architect of the model and has managed the consultants, facilitated the management work group, has responded to all the questions and met with every department director to ensure that the proposed system addressed every department need. So I just want to say thank you so much, Erin. You rocked it, and your turn.
Thank you, Maria Elena. So I'm just going to briefly walk you through the proposed structure. So when we started this project, we identified some guiding principles. We wanted to make sure this would easily integrate with Workday. We wanted to address some wage compaction between the various levels of management. We also wanted to mitigate fiscal impacts to departments and any adverse impacts to our management employees. We also wanted to include some governance regarding working titles for increased consistency and equity across the organization, and benchmark our job classes to the market so that we are able to utilize market pay data for similar job assignments. Those guiding principles then led us to our project goals. So as Maria Elena had previously mentioned, we wanted to improve recruitment and retention, wanted to ensure equity, and also make this easy to implement with Workday, and so we're using some of Workday's compatible language and structure. So as Maria Elena showed you the old model and the current model, on the far right is the 2024 proposed model, and here we want to draw a clear distinction between our executive group and our management group. So in this proposed model, we have 4 levels of executives: our assistant CEOs, department directors, assistant directors, and chief financial and administrative officers. And that group will remain on a broadband pay structure. Our management group will be organized by job families, and that is where we group similar job assignments together. Each family will have up to 6 classification levels, and they will be on steps-based pay. So a list of the job families will be on the next slide. This structure is kind of a hybrid between the old model with over 200 job classes and the current model. So we're able to bring some structure without returning to over 200 specific job classifications. So you'll see here we have the executive group, the management group, and the group called management professionals. Those are the proposed 17 job families. In addition, we're bringing forward some compensation components. In this project, we are establishing 5 to 10% compaction between the levels of management. We are defining our benchmark as at or below 7% of our market averages for those job assignments. We are proposing 5 and 10% executive succession plan allowance to incentivize participation in structured rotations. We are having a 5% CPA allowance when that certification is directly applicable to the job assignment. And here we're designating administrative leave, which is already available, but there is an inconsistent application of this across the organization. And so HR is proposing a more equitable approach by designating 80 hours available to executives and 40 hours for our management. Also, we are establishing a 3-year cadence to conduct market surveys. And by having these job families, that should make market surveys less challenging to administer. So impacts of the proposed model, clarity and equity on working titles and wage progression. So similar job assignments will be grouped together. And steps-based pay will allow incumbents and job applicants to see what the wage will be for their specific job assignment, rather than currently where there's this really large broad band and they're not sure where within that band is the market rate for their job. Salary ranges will be aligned with market averages and internal equity. The proposed model has no pay reduction for incumbents, and the county will remain competitive and incentivize movement from one level to the next. So here's our phase 3 schedule. So we're here today to align the structure with our workday terminology. If approved, county HR will move forward with design, building, and testing in workday, and will partner with payroll and county council. We're also going to be revising all of those governing documents and continue to communicate with stakeholders. Then we'll be back to your board to obtain approval of all of those governing documents, with the final step is go live with Workday Phase 2 implementation. That concludes the presentation, and we're available if there's any questions.
Questions from the board? Supervisor Hartman.
I would just say it's a very succinct presentation for an enormous amount of work.
Supervisor Capps.
Yeah, as long as it's okay not to ask a question, because I appreciated the pre-brief ahead of this. I just want to commend all the work and to realize that you're getting this over the finish line, hopefully, with passage today, and understanding how hard what this actually represents, the depth of work. Thank you.
And Supervisor Lavanino.
Yeah, I just want to piggyback on that this would have been another hour-long meeting if you hadn't briefed all of us ahead of time, because it's very complex. And what I've learned is you try to fix something, no matter how good your intentions are to help a certain class, and then all of a sudden somebody else is put out. So I know a tremendous amount of work went into all of this. So it led us to this point where I guess I'll be the one to make the motion to approve staff's recommendation and move it forward. Oh, do we have any public? We don't have any public.
We do not have any public comment.
Okay.
Which is probably a sign in and of itself. Good. So I have a motion from Mr. Lavanino and a second from Hartman. Is that
Yes.
correct? Okay. And any discussion? All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Thank you both for your work.
And this is HR Director Maria Elena's swan song.
It is.
Say a word members. So yes, it is. The joke in the house is I get to drop the mic. I will not do that with this mic. I will not drop the mic. But I did want to have a few moments to just give some thoughts. It is with mixed emotions that I'm here today, and this will be my last address to the board in my role as Director of Human Resources. Over the past 5 years, I've been privileged to lead our team in service to this county and community. With your strong support, County HR in partnership with county departments has made great strides in creating a county culture where our employees can do their best work so that our community can live its best life. Together, we forged through the challenge of the pandemic, established a commitment to race equity and inclusion, as well as a commitment to workplace flexibility. We've modernized the outdated governing docs, and we'll continue to do that, so be on the lookout for that. We've improved recruitment and hiring practices and implemented numerous employee engagement and development programs. Your commitment to investing in our employees and workplace culture paved the way for improved retention, innovation, and performance across county departments. You understood the value of the human resource, our people. And I really want you to believe me when I say that that unified vision made my job so much easier. I'm deeply grateful for the opportunity to have collaborated with this board. You have supported us as I sit here. Each of you have participated at some level in our programming. Your unified vision for empowering our employees motivated and inspired me. I leave confident that the future remains bright for County HR and our workforce. Thank you again for the support and faith that you had in me. It has been an absolute privilege. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to departmental item number 4.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 4 is from the Probation Department and the Sheriff Coroner's Office. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding alternative sentencing, AS program data, expansions, and enhancements.
Good morning, Chair Williams, members of the board, Holly Benton, Chief Probation Officer. Last fall, we were before your board with an update on electronic monitoring across the county, which included both pretrial and alternative sentencing. And this year, we are back with an update on the alternative sentencing program specifically. You may recall that in July of 2022, probation took over the responsibility of supervising alternative sentencing in the community, while the Sheriff's Office remains responsible for eligibility and screening of those candidates for that program. Presenters today are Lieutenant Salmetta from the Santa Barbara Sheriff's Office and Deputy Chief Cross from Probation.
Vice Chair, members of the board, good afternoon, or actually good morning, still morning. I'm Lieutenant Salmetta with Sheriff's Office. As Chief mentioned, along with Deputy Chief Probation Spencer Cross, we have prepared a short presentation which will give you a quick overview of the alternative sentencing program as required by section 1203.016 of the Penal Code. For those who are not familiar with alternative sentencing, this is composed of 2 distinguished programs, Electronic Monitoring and Sheriff's Work Alternative Program. Both programs are designed to provide an opportunity for offenders to complete their sentence in a community while maintaining their family and social ties, keeping up with education, maintaining employment, while being monitored electronically via GPS device. As mentioned before, until July of 2022, this program was run and operated by Sheriff's Office only. On July of 2022, Sheriff's Office and Probation Department signed an MOU where both agreed to jointly manage this program while having shared responsibilities each. More specifically, Sheriff's Office will remain responsible for the application process, determine the eligibility for the program, as well as booking the offenders in the program. And probation department will be responsible for monitoring the offenders in the community, assessing their needs by utilizing evidence-based tools, and referring them to the community programs. So far, the cooperation between two agencies has proved to be very effective. We now have a very structured program which has a huge potential to expand, not just in numbers, but to maintain the public safety trust as well. With probation taking over the supervision process of the program, now custody staff has more time to visit the offenders inside the jail, provide them with applications, assist them, and answer any questions they may have. Move on, next slide. Thanks. One before, please. Every application received, whether it comes from the community or from the offenders inside our facilities, is carefully reviewed and examined by custody staff assigned to alternative sentencing. And everything is being done to make sure that the offender get enrolled in the program as soon as possible. As you already know, not all the offenders who apply do qualify for the program. Penal Code Section 1203.018 describes some of the reason when an application may be denied, such as when an offender has open criminal cases, when he's court ordered, when he has active warrants, or when the offender tests positive for narcotics or alcohol at the time of booking. When determining program eligibility, public safety remains #1 priority for the Sheriff's Office and probation. We make sure that the offenders are not going to continue with the same behavior upon release, the same behavior has brought them in custody in the first place. We also make sure that they're going to be effective in the program and they are going to complete the program on time. We also make sure that they're going to follow the program rules. To achieve all these, we look more in depth into their criminal history, in-custody behavior. We monitor and make sure they have a residence where to go. We make sure they have a phone where, that they can use while they're on the program. We make sure to check on their sex offender or arson offender status. We also check if they have needs to be referred to residential treatment programs. Violent charges or convictions, such as murder, rape, mayhem, torture, stalking, human trafficking, 290s, or arson registrants, are not permitted in the program. During the past year, we had an 88% acceptance rate in the program, and a small percentage of 12 was denied participation in the program. And most of those denials were based on the fact that the offenders did not have a phone. Offenders did not have a residence where to go. Some of them were referred to residential treatment, and those are based on availability. The spike in, when it comes to addressing the denials, what majority of the denials was based on the intensive criminal history, in custody behavior, and not having a cell phone to be in contact with the alternative staff. Move on to the next one. Alternative sentencing operates in 2 locations, one in Santa Barbara behind the main jail campus, and the other one in Santa Maria off Foster Road on Station 34. We receive applications from offenders in custody and from community. We also have electronic version of applications online. All applications are submitted in both languages, English and Spanish. After reviewing the application and all the documents available to us, and the determination is made that the candidate is a good candidate for the program, we move forward with interviewing that person and then scheduling him for booking. When scheduling these individuals for booking, we give them a number of days where they can pick up a day they want based on the fact that they have to put their affairs in order before they commit to a program. And sometimes this is stretched within 2 to 3 weeks or even more sometimes. It depends on the individual situation. If an application is denied for one of the reasons I mentioned before, the candidate is notified in writing of the reasons why the application was denied. At the same time, we brief them on the appeal process. We show them the steps how to appeal the decision. Booking process, if everything checks in and the offender is a good candidate, we move with the booking process. And the booking process concludes with, fingerprinting, IDing the person, checking for narcotics, completing the schedule, and putting the information into the jail management system. SBSO is also responsible for releasing the offenders after they complete the program. They are also responsible for writing the reports for every escape from the program. Our hiccup for quite some time has been the gap between the time an applicant applies for the program and the time he gets booked into the program. We have been working quite a bit in this direction, and we still improve every day. Our goal is to have these offenders in the program within 5 to 15 days. But again, depend on some conditions of the offenders that are not up to us. We may have to delay when it comes to booking. At the moment, we also have the alternative sense in making frequent trips inside the facilities. Until today, it has been based on voluntary basis. We're being more aggressive by having our unit going into the facilities, handing out applications, assisting the offenders to apply, and answering any questions or concerns that they may have. We currently are working on exploring the possibility of putting the applications into the tablets, since we have all our incarcerated individuals in our facilities have a tablet where they have access to, and we are hoping to put these applications into the tablets so they can have electronic access to it. And with that said, I pass it to Deputy Chief Spencer Cross.
Thank you. Chair Williams and Supervisors, I'm Spencer Cross, Deputy Chief Probation Officer with the Probation Department, and I'm going to cover the supervision component of alternative sentencing. So within the adult division, we have numerous supervision units throughout the county. And one of these specialized supervision units is known as the Field Training and Monitoring Unit. This unit contains our 3 dedicated alternative sentencing deputy probation officers, and one of which is a senior deputy probation officer. As mentioned by Lieutenant Salmeda, our collaboration with the Sheriff's Office began in July of 2022, and it was at this time that these officers began carrying caseloads of alternative sentencing clients. Since that time, our deputy probation officers have worked very closely, as mentioned, with the Sheriff's alternative sentencing staff to ensure the safe and effective monitoring of released individuals. Some of the key goals that our supervision component includes is to ensure that assessing clients is done to determine their risk and need, making sure we refer clients to appropriate services, resources, and treatment, responding rapidly to violations to address situations with the lowest level of intervention with the objective of keeping the individual in the community while also taking into account community safety. Providing supervision to individuals to ensure compliance with program regulations and their contracts, and also providing support and encouragement to those individuals to comply with their terms and conditions of EM. From July 1st, 2022 to October 1st of this year, 851 total individuals have been served by the probation officers with a median of 18 days on supervision. We included a snapshot of the number of individuals on supervision, as you'll see on the slide, and at the beginning of each month, and you'll see a nearly high of 70 clients was captured in November. The annual average of clients on electronic monitoring from 2022 was 66 individuals. On average, 57 new individuals are referred to alternative sentencing each month. We looked at a snapshot of clients on November 6th of this month, and of the 58 active alternative sentencing clients on that day, 32 or 55% of them were also on supervised probation. While these clients are on supervised probation, alternative sentencing is a standalone program, and alternative sentencing officers will be monitoring them regardless of any supervision contacts they may have. Prior to being released on electronic monitoring, the deputy probation officers determines the client's risk level and, based off of their findings, may further assess the client's needs using an evidence-based assessment known as the COMPASS Inventory of Needs. Of those assessed, substance abuse services are consistently identified as a top need of the client population and have driven referrals to community organizations. Based off the client's risk level, the officers adjust the level of supervision. Since the probation department took over supervision, a majority of the clients, or approximately 80%, have been low risk. The remaining 20% fall into the medium and high categories. When determining who to contact in the field, officers place a priority on the high and medium risk clients and those that require the greatest support to be successful. As of September 30th of 2023, a total of 369 field contacts had been made. In the last illustration you'll see on this slide, notes referrals provided to clients. A total of 586 clients have been referred to community-based programs, with approximately 97% being in response to programs referred through during the court process. The top 3 programs referred to have been Central Coast Headway, which is in Santa Maria, Alcoholics Anonymous, and Council on Alcoholism and Drug Abuse, which is located in Santa Barbara. When we look at the outcomes for clients supervised from July 1st, 2022 through September 30th of 2023, a total of 795 individuals have exited from electronic monitoring. Of those, 750, or 94%, have been successful, and 45 have been unsuccessful. The Sheriff's Office and the Probation Department define success for electronic monitoring if the client completes their court-ordered sentence while on the program. Likewise, if a client is returned to jail to complete their sentence, this would be noted as an unsuccessful completion. There are a variety of reasons a client may be unsuccessful, and that can include a series of minor violations or a single major violation. Examples include positive alcohol and drug tests, warrants, repeated instances of unauthorized locations, and in some rare instances, removal of the device and absconding. Since we've taken over, we've had 2 clients who have decided to abscond from supervision, and they have subsequently been returned to custody. In closing, I'd like to add that the Probation Department has worked very closely with the Sheriff's Department to establish a positive collaboration to provide this enhanced supervision to clients on electronic monitoring, and we're happy to take any questions you may have about the program.
Questions from the board? I have one just in terms of for comparison to past years. You know, back maybe 6 years, 5-6 years ago, my recollection is there'd be about 100, 150 individuals on electronic monitoring at a given time. I would assume from that slide that that's a lot larger, but because it was you had several years worth of data it totaled, I don't know that for sure. So of those 900 individuals, how much of those were concurrent? Was it a couple hundred, 300? You know, like how many at a given time do you tend to have on monitoring?
Chair Williams, there are quite a few factors that affect the numbers on the program. One of them, and the most important factor is the number of inmates we have incarcerated in our facilities. When we compare to in previous years, from 5 or 6 or even 10 years from now, we had double the inmate population in our facilities. In addition to that, we currently have noticed a decrease on the number of those offenders who are sentenced and ready to participate in the program. Matter of fact, today, I just got the exact number. We currently have only 155 inmates who are sentenced, and they have to go through the screening process. But again, not every single one of them is going to qualify for the program. Some of them have severe charges that we cannot take risk by releasing them in the community because, again, they're either going to continue with the same behavior with brought them in custody in the first place, or they're going to commit new crimes.
Got it. So I to maybe summarize the thought is that while the number may not be much bigger than it was, the percentage is much higher.
Correct.
Supervisor Hartman.
Well, first of all, congratulations on the success of your cooperative efforts. That isn't always easy to bring two agencies together and make a program work. So thank you to everybody who worked so hard on that. I just had one question, maybe two. No phone? So people can't participate because they don't have a telephone?
This is a good question, Supervisor Hartman. Me and Deputy Chief Cross, we have discussed this in the past, and this is one of the reasons we are going to work into in the future. We are hoping to find a solution to this problem by either incorporating with other agencies to provide a phone for the offenders. But the fact is that a phone is a must for the offenders because we need to know where they are at any given time. And without a phone, we will not be able to accomplish that.
Sure. I understand that. I guess the electronic monitoring device, we pay for that and they give it back to us. I mean, maybe we could do the same with a phone, or, I mean, it just seems we would save more money by getting them a phone somehow rather than incarcerating them.
Supervisor Hartman through Chair Williams, we have met with a local collaborative-based agency who does give out free phones currently. And so it's just a matter of coordinating, getting them in the jail.
Great.
And so it's definitely an obstacle that we have ability to overcome, and we believe we can do it very quickly.
I guess my other question is more, you can't really measure success by the people who did alternative sentencing with those who are in the jail because they're different populations. But how can you determine, I mean, obviously, we don't want recidivism, and we hope that if they don't have their lives disrupted, if they're able to continue their jobs and meeting their obligations, perhaps with more support, that we won't see them back in the jail. How do we get our arms around that to measure that, to say that this is ultimately a success?
If I would have to put my 2 cents into it, Supervisor Hartman, would be those individuals who are in the program right now, otherwise they will be in custody. We have them, in the program. We see a success in the fact that, they are not left alone in the community. They are being supervised at the same time. We are keeping tab with them. They're having frequent visits back and forth into our locations. So they're getting the help they need to be successful in the program.
Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I just want to commend you all on this incredible success rate and the collaboration of the two departments. It's just very heartening to see in any area, but especially in criminal justice. And I just wanted to ask, I've been speaking with Assistant CEO Heitman about cost, because I think it's a really important factor to also say, while this is good restorative justice and important for the results that you've achieved, it also saves a lot of money for our county. And so if you could speak to the cost comparison, and perhaps that's a question for Ms. Heitman. The cost of alternative sentencing versus incarceration.
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. We have, in the CEO's office, been taking a look at it. Just recently, I had Nicole in our office pull some numbers from the sheriff's office and probation. And the differential is significant, as you can imagine. The current average daily cost for the jail is approximately $322 a day. And for alternative sentencing, including the GPS device, it's under $30 a day.
Wow, that's incredible. So, excuse me, that's quite a big difference, and it's what I suspected. Thank you very much.
Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Well, I just want to thank you for the update, and more than the update, thank you for this work. The more that we can utilize this technique, the more sustainable our public safety system can be, and we really appreciate it, all of you.
Thank you.
We'll be recessing to closed session.
Move A through C, staff recommendation.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We will be recessing to closed session. County Council, can you please read the items for consideration today?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board will meet in closed session on existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus County of Santa Barbara, which is a Santa Barbara Superior Court case, as well as Joyce Dudley versus the County of Santa Barbara, also in Santa Barbara County Superior Court. We have one item of anticipated litigation.
We've returned from closed session. Can I get a report out from closed session?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. The board met in closed session on 2 items of existing litigation, American Medical Response West versus the county and Joyce Dudley versus the county. Board met in 1 item of anticipated litigation based on the facts and circumstances listed in the agenda and significant exposure to civil litigation based on the claim that's attached to the agenda, and the board took no reportable action.
Okay, then let's go to departmental item number 5.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 5 is from Supervisor Capps. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding an Isla Vista Bluffs update and ordinance amendments.
Supervisor.
Thank you, Chair Williams. I will kick this off and then turn it over to my Chief of Staff, Chris Henson. And thanks, everyone. This means a great amount to me personally to be able to bring this item forward. The first item I've brought forward as solely as a supervisor, so thank you. And I just want to kind of start big picture with my reflections about 10 months into this job and how much time we spend, and more importantly, the 4,000 people that work in this county spend on everyone's safety. The word safety comes up probably, if you count it, it would be the word that comes up the most. Today in our hearing already, we talked about storm safety, we talked about psychiatric safety. Keeping people safe is what we do, and I know how important it is to all of you personally, and again, to all of the staff that choose to do this kind of work. 4,000 people throughout our county. So we'll go to the first slide, please, because really this is all about common sense provisions that I believe will make an area of our county more safe. First slide. So starting with Benny Shermer. As you well know, this wonderful young man lost his life over Labor Day. Some of his friends made the journey up to Santa Maria to be here, his friends from Santa Barbara City College. It's hard to put words into the loss of this young person who was about to star in a play at City College from Ojai. Such a life ahead of him, and from all accounts, just such full of love and light and energy. And Benny is not alone in these tragedies that have occurred in the same place. If you can go to the next slide. These are not coincidences. This is, when you have a pattern like this one, this is an epidemic. This is a problem. This is specific to an area because of the conditions that are only increasing. You can see these 13 lives that have been lost with greater frequency in the last several years. So we are not moving in the right direction when it comes to preventing fatalities in Isla Vista. And that adds to the urgency that I feel every day to do something, to do whatever we can to prevent yet another one. So I'm just going to say the names quickly. Some of the moms are watching, some of the parents are watching, some of the family members. We have 1994, Brian Scott Miller, 1997, Andrew Levitchuk, 2001, Clint McDonald, 2001, Timothy Baptista, 2003, Robert Caravel, 2005, Tyler Von Ruden. I know his parents are watching right now. 2009, Noah Crom. I know his mother Beth is watching right now. 2012, David Propp. 2013, Giselle Ayala. 2014, Sierra Markey Winkler. 2018, Alessandro Esquivel. His brave, wonderful mother is sitting there in the front row. Welcome, Anna. 2022, Chasen Alibrando. His mother, Heather, has become a friend of mine, and she is watching as well. And then, of course, 2023, Benny Shermer. Next slide. So this is just to give you a sense for the members of the public who haven't been out to Isla Vista. It's a shocking coastline now due to a coastal erosion. The drop-off is quite severe and only getting more severe. Let's go to the next slide to show. That just shows you the conditions by which people are living. And I it's one thing to see it during the day. It's another thing to be there at night when it's dark, and there are literally thousands of people who are having fun along Del Playa. And I saw for myself a few weeks back, thanks to the Isla Vista Foot Patrol. I was their guest for sort of a walk along, and was just, my main shock was the sheer number of people that are walking up and down right in front of those houses. Not hundreds, but literally thousands of people. It felt as though we were walking out of a football stadium. And so when you just mix this combination of coastal erosion and dark and people partying, and then again, just the sheer numbers of people that gravitate towards this part of our county. Next slide. So I want to talk about what this plan, how this plan came about, because it's just extremely important for me to put forward that this safety plan that our office has come up with isn't the result of ideas that we have. It's the result of ideas that the community has brought forward, starting with a petition that Grace Wilson and her friend Luca started. Grace is in the audience there. She's a friend of Benny Shermer's. And she started a petition with these simple requests, very thoughtfully presented, not accusatory, not blaming anyone, just asking for safety. And I saw that petition, I thought, well, this makes so much sense. 11,000 people in our community have now signed that petition, thanks to Grace's advocacy, her quiet strength and will on behalf of her friend Benny. And then I started listening to more people. Isla Vista Community Service District has been on this issue for years. They have an advocacy plan. They've thought through the different components. The Associated Students of UCSB, this is a top issue for them. As I mentioned, the Ivy Foot Patrol, they're the people that have to deal with the consequences. They are the ones that have to pull kids out of the water and do these heroic rescues, often late at night with the high tide in the dark. So my heart goes out to their heroism and how much they would prefer, how much they want this not to be part of their jobs, that there's literally deaths and injuries that happen on a regular basis near a college campus. I want to thank County Parks that has been so involved in kind of coming up with some better ideas. County Planning and Development, of course. Our county council has helped advise us on these changes. Chris Henson, who is going to be speaking soon, and most of all, the families. I've mentioned a few of them already, but I have gotten to know the families who have endured such a tragedy and have turned some of their sadness into advocacy, have made these requirements, these suggestions, these thoughtful ideas part of a plan. And I've just learned so much from them. It kind of goes back to listening to your mom. Your mom sometimes knows what's the best thing to keep you safe. And that's what I'm trying to do here today. Next slide. Okay, and just to be clear, this plan is an 8-point plan, but really what we wanted to start off with were the things that the county has most control over, and that's fence heights and fee waivers, more sort of mundane things. And I should just give a caveat by saying, and this is something that I've heard from the Isla Vista Community Service District, that I'm not sitting here with some belief that one thing is going to prevent all future deaths. I'm just simply saying, let's try to do some of these things. Let's try to do all of these things, because the combination by which hopefully will work together to make Isla Vista Bluffs safe and not a place for fatalities. And the first and the highest priority from everybody, from Isla Vista Community Service District, from the students, from the petition, was let's just raise the fence heights. Right now they're 4 feet. If you made them 6 feet, that's pretty hard for most humans to hop over. So let's just see how again, you might still be able to. Some have said maybe people could hop over a 6 feet fence. I'm just saying let's try to do what we can, and raising fence heights just simply 2 feet would probably deter most human beings from being able to hop over. So the focus today is doing that, as well as directing our county staff to come back to us with their suggestions on lighting, on signage, on horticulture that would also help hopefully prevent these fatalities. Next slide. Oh, then I'm going to turn it over to Chris Henson for the specifics.
Chair Williams, Board of Supervisors, good afternoon. Chris Henson with Supervisor Capps' office. I have with me today and available for questions both Lisa Plowman and Jeff Wilson with Planning and Development. And over Zoom, we have Jeff Lindgren with Parks Division of Community Services and Lieutenant Garrett Tesla with the Isla Vista Foot Patrol. For fencing, the proposed amendments before you target an increase in the mandatory height for railings and fencing in Isla Vista, seeking to establish enhanced safety measures against cliff falls. Currently, fence heights in county parks are 4 feet, while on private property, the minimum height requirement for fences and rails is set at 3.5 feet. The proposed amendments advocate for raising these height requirements. Specifically, the Office of Supervisors Capps is seeking to establish a new standard of 6 feet minimum for existing county parks fencing along the bluffs, as well as for railings and fencing on private property. This deliberate effort to increase the height of barriers is rooted in the understanding that a more substantial physical deterrent can contribute to the overall safety of residents and visitors in the community. Additionally, the Office of Supervisor Capps is proposing a permitting fee waiver which seeks to empower the Director of Planning and Development with the authority to waive permitting fees under certain circumstances, specifically for the installation or modification of fencing and railings on the Isla Vista Bluffs. Next slide, please. For lighting, we are requesting that park staff engage lighting design consultants as well as the community to explore enhanced lighting options and report back to the board with innovative solutions such as motion sensor lighting. And despite the presence of signs warning of the dangers of the Isla Vista Bluffs, theft and visibility issues persist, particularly at night. To address this, we are asking county parks to install durable and ideally well-lit signage. And lastly, planting dense shrubs and bushes along the bluff edge can create a natural barrier, discouraging people from approaching the bluff edge. Exploring the use of effective shrubbery to deter trespassing in unsafe areas is a priority. So we're asking that county parks work to identify suitable horticulture options for creating a natural barrier. The additional items in Supervisor Capps' 8-point plan, of course, is education. This is an ongoing effort. We've been working with the Isla Vista Community Services District, UCSB, and Santa Barbara City College to identify if there's any gaps, and it's an ongoing effort. Public restrooms, will obviously recognize the need for public restrooms near cliffs and are exploring options with the community. A memorial is already in progress, and this is being led by UCSB associated students and the IVCSD, and we're here to support those efforts. In the near future, the Isla Vista Foot Patrol will be bringing before the board updates to the Festival and Social Host Ordinance, and this has been a process that involved stakeholder groups in the community, the Isla Vista Foot Patrol, and the IVCSD, but that's not part of today's discussion. And then lastly, of course, alcohol and drug use considerations. We, of course, acknowledge the role of substance use in cliff falls, emphasizing the importance of safety measures. And we believe that impaired judgment is the rationale to increase safety. Next slide, please. I'll come back to these recommended actions, if you can go forward to. And I believe Supervisor Capps wanted to say a few more items.
Yeah, I just wanted to end this portion of this part of the presentation just, again, where I started, which is having the privilege and honor of having this job and that realization of, wow, what we do here really in the county is to keep us safe. And it harkened me back to when I was a new mom and that daunting realization of, oh my gosh, it's on me to just keep this kid alive. And every little thing, it's really hard. And connecting with the moms has been so meaningful. They've been blamed. They've had to deal with their pain quietly, and the courage that it takes to be here, to be to go back to the scene where their child died. I have no words. And I just want to thank Anna Escobar and Heather Havens and Beth Crom and the other families that have, again, turned their pain into advocacy. And I just hope that we can take these common sense measures with humility that, again, we might not have all the answers, but why not try? That's what we're here for. That's what I know I'm here for. This is Chasen Elibrando, and I know his mom, Heather, is watching. And with that, I believe we can open it up to questions. Thank you for listening.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First, I just want to commend you. This is it's got to be so difficult. Just working with the parents and the community is such a tragedy. But out of this, something good can come. The one question I have is about existing private property. Is there existing private property that people actually have fences on now? And what would happen there? Does that become legal nonconforming? Or are we encouraging them to fix the fence and we pay for it? How is that going to go down?
Just preface it by saying, because it's something I forgot to mention, thank you, Supervisor Lavanino, this has also been informed by property owners who actually want to raise their fences higher, but there's been confusion or potentially hurdles with, so we've clarified that all, and I'll let Planning and Development answer the rest of the question. Thank you.
Chair, members of the board, and Supervisor Lavanino, to answer your question, this would require the fence heights on private property to have a 6-foot high fence. We are working with Supervisor Cap's office to create a voluntary program where people can voluntarily come in and increase that fence height. Otherwise, the trigger would be if they came in for building permits, then we would say there's a code in place that requires you to increase the fence height. So that would be the two triggers. They voluntarily come in and do it, or they would be triggered through a building permit.
Okay, I apologize. I should know this, but do most of these occurrences happen on private property, or is it on our public?
Most happen on private.
On private, okay.
And Chair Williams, Supervisor Lavanino, if I could just add, we're availing county resources to these private property owners to incentivize this process for them.
Just a question. It doesn't diminish my impetus or my motivation for moving on this, because I think it's time to push the envelope with the commission if necessary. But is it true that some of the reason why it has been this in the past is because of pushback from Coastal Commission staff onto the fence heights issue or other of these issues? And so is the game plan to somehow get it to the actual commission past the staff, or to convince the staff that they were in error?
Chair, members of the board, we've been working with the Coastal Commission for several years on this very issue. It came down to aesthetics, protecting of views of the coast. We had looked at this option, and then we, with Supervisor Cap's office, we pushed this one forward. This is an amendment to the building code, which does not go before the Coastal Commission. Anything that would go before the Coastal Commission would be if there was to be a coastal development permit required. And then that potentially could be appealed to the Coastal Commission. But right now, this opportunity that we have before us is to allow us to move forward with safety measures through the building code and not through the coastal zoning ordinance.
Understood. Other questions? Let's go to, Supervisor Hartman.
Just a couple. So the 6-foot fence would apply on decks, not just on the ground?
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair. The way the ordinance reads is that it's a safety rail has to be within 5 feet of the bluff edge. So whatever comes first would be required to have that 6-foot high fence. So if you have an area between the bluff top or bluff edge and the balcony, and you could have a fence there, that would be required to have the 6-foot fence. If the closest thing is the balcony railing or fence, then that would have to be 6 foot high to do that.
So I anticipate the vegetation will work with the fencing, but what kind of fencing are you anticipating? I think now it's just post and rail.
Supervisor Hartman, through the chair, the way we've built the ordinance is to allow the department to have some ability to look at the design, but the bottom line is that they have to meet the building code standards of guardrails or fence rails, which requires it to be 6 foot high. Well, we're required to be 6 foot high, but the actual design has to be the guardrail standards, which has the spacing so that you could put like a 4 foot diameter ball through there. Like similar to like a small child couldn't fit through the guardrails. So that's the design, but we were requiring.
You don't have an image of it, I guess, today.
Supervisor Hartman through the chair. So I think it would be more like a railing that you would see along a walkway, right? So if you were on a balcony, it's that kind of design so that the rails are narrow enough. So as Mr. Wilson is saying, a small person or dog or whatever could not fit through that. We don't actually have any designs currently available to present, but I think there'll be some flexibility on that front in working with landowners on how to design it. Depending on what kind of permit they get, it's possible that a permit to change the fence could trigger a potential appeal to the Coastal Commission, and so I'm sure design will come up there. But we want to work with the landowners to kind of help guide them with respect to a design that would have, do the safety job, but also minimize any visual impacts where we can.
Yeah, and I think that's important for county parks and everything, that to the extent that it can blend in. I know this is kind of radical, but cactus have been used often as ways to protect monuments and other things from graffiti. It may be that we need something like that to really keep people away, that they can't climb over the fence or wouldn't want to.
Yeah, that's one of the issues that came up is this, they call it hostile horticulture. Definitely not something that was in my repertoire before this job, but yeah, I'm very interested in that. I know on sort of the higher end blocks of Del Playa, where the houses are set off from the actual edge, there's a lot of the residents are using this kind of horticulture to keep people from getting too close, and I think that's brilliant. I think you were kind of might have been asking a bit more about county parks, and that would be the current sort of natural wood posts with mesh that's hard to climb. Most likely a continuation of that, because the conditions are that the fence needs to be moved every several years because of erosion. So folks have been sending me these pictures of plexiglass fences and all these different technology, nice innovative ideas. The problem is you have to deal with the weight and having to then move the fence every so often, every few years, because of coastal erosion.
Let's go to public comment. There's 16 speakers, so we're going to have it at 2 minutes each, so please adjust your comments to that time. And we will also close public comment at the same time.
And Mr. Chair, I think Chief Hartwig, I'm not sure if you signed up, but I know that you are here to speak, or would you mind if I asked if he could kick us off?
Sure, Mr. Hartwig.
Thank you, Supervisor Capps, through the chair. Have a couple comments to share, and I think I need to start by saying I lost a 20-year-old son to an accident in 2019, and so I can tell you that as a parent who struggles with the loss of a child, we would do anything to bring our kids back. And so I see this really as an opportunity to keep a family from having to go through that. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I was able to be present at your press briefing on the Bluffs. Just a couple comments about the proposed action here. The proposed amendments to increase the fence heights to a uniform minimum of 6 feet along the Isla Vista Bluffs are crucial in creating a more substantial barrier against cliff falls. Cliff falls, from our perspective, often occur at night. This plan emphasizes enhanced lighting options, and your support will help establish a collaborative effort with parks, staff, lighting design consultants, and the community to explore innovative solutions, including motion sensor lighting. This not only enhances visibility, but aids an emergency response situation. Lighting and visibility are priorities as we conduct rescue operations at night. Your support demonstrates a commitment to the safety of both the community as presented today and the emergency personnel that respond to incidents along the Isla Vista Bluffs. We've talked a lot about deaths along the bluffs, but there are many more injuries that we didn't talk about today along the bluffs. And I just want to end by saying something I mentioned at your press conference. These bluffs and the coastline that we have here are as dangerous as it is beautiful. Thank you for the opportunity to weigh in a little bit on something that's personally affected.
Chair Williams and members of the board, as previously noted, we have 16 requests to speak on this item. We're going to begin on Zoom with Beth Crom, to be followed by Alicia Crockett. And if you are a member of the public and you have signed up to request to speak and you are not logged in yet, please do so now. We'll now go to Beth.
Okay. I'm here.
We can hear you, Beth. Please proceed with your comments.
Thank you. I want to thank Supervisor Capps. My son Noah died almost 15 years ago. This is the first time that the Santa Barbara Board of Supervisors has publicly taken up issues of bluff safety, and I'm very grateful to all of you for making this a priority. I was also very pleased, while I couldn't be at the press conference, to see the collaboration, because over the years, one of the things that I have felt was critical was to have all of the stakeholders actively engaged in finding solutions and supporting those solutions. And so I think that's critically important. My son Noah, and I believe this was the case for Benny Shermer as well, and I just want to say my heart goes out to the Shermer family and to all of Benny's friends. I know how traumatizing Noah's death was to his friends in Isla Vista and at UC Santa Barbara, but also to the friends he grew up with. This is not something that is an event. This is a life-altering experience, not just for the families. And unfortunately, because of the cyclical nature of college life, these young people are forgotten too soon. But I will say that in Noah's case, there was a property fence that he hopped over between two properties, and the foliage grows over the cliff's edge. And so it appears that there is something to stand on. I'm sure others have perhaps encountered this as well. So while I absolutely support the higher fencing, the non-climbable fencing, creatively designed fencing, I understand the aesthetics. I also think you have to be mindful of how human beings behave in Isla Vista, and make sure that there is visibility where there needs to be visibility. Thank you.
And we had a few members drop off of Zoom, so we will now go to John Trent, to be followed by Joe McDonald. John?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Oh, okay, thank you. Hello, supervisors. My name is John Trent. Benny was my son's best friend. Sorry. He was a wonderful human being with a brilliant future, cut short by a preventable tragedy. I just wanted to take a few minutes, thank Laura for her leadership on this extremely important item, and show my support for this proposal. The lack of appropriate cliff safety has been a problem in Isla Vista for far too long, and I urge you to vote yes on this tremendous opportunity to prevent further loss. Over Labor Day, Benny attended a party hosting a live band on the patio of Del Playa apartment. At about 10:30, Benny mentioned to his friends that he needed to use the restroom. Many of the other partygoers were hopping the patio fence to use the cliffs as a restroom. So Benny hopped over a small 45-inch fence protecting people from a 40-foot sheer cliff below, and he lost his balance. According to Ivy Foot Patrol, Benny's party did not have available public bathrooms. So using the cliffs was a last resort for many of the people at the party. And in general, this is a very common activity in Del Plata parties, as the majority do not offer public restrooms. And these young adults don't understand the extreme dangers of these cliffs. Once I heard about this, I did some research on the 13 young adults who lost their lives since 1994 to see if there might be similarities. Here's what I found. All the accidents happened over the weekend. All but one happened on a Friday or a Saturday night. 100% of the accidents happened at night, as there's poor visibility. The majority of the accidents happened after 10 p.m. The majority were at or leaving a party. At least 3 were trying to find a place to go to the bathroom. Since 2005, families have been asking for higher fencing. Since 2005, worries over ocean views have stopped progress on higher fencing. Over 20 years, the public has been asking for better safety along these cliffs. And for 20 years, the same arguments over protecting views and dismissing tragedies as poor student behavior have stopped progress. I say if we continue to use these same arguments, nothing's going to change. These tragedies will continue, and it's only a matter of time before an entire patio filled with kids at a party falls into the ocean, and instead of one young adult, we'll be talking about 20 or 30. Please, please, I urge you to vote yes on this. Thank you.
We will now go to Joe McDonald to be followed by Heather Havens. Joe? Joe, I see you have unmuted yourself, but we can't hear you. Perhaps.
Hello?
There you go. Yep, we can hear you now.
Hi. Many thanks to all of you for putting this on your agenda and hopefully approving this plan. Benny Shermer, who was a friend and an integral part of our community, tragically died of a fall from the Isla Vista Bluffs, and that fall would probably not have happened if this plan was implemented. The pain of the loss of Benny is unimaginable, as I'm sure the loss of the 13 other young people are due to Isla Vista Cliff Falls or to their loved ones. The time to act is now. We don't want to risk another death, which could have been prevented with the measures put forth in this plan. Without changes such as the ones in this plan, it is not a matter of if, but when another young person will die from a fall on the Isla Vista Bluffs. On behalf of Benny's family, the families of the other 13 people who died from falls on the bluffs, and on behalf of all the families who have loved ones at UCSB and Santa Barbara City College, I ask you to please approve this plan. Thank you.
We will now go to Heather Havens to be followed by Alicia Crockett. Heather?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Heather. Please proceed.
Hi, my name is Heather Havens. My beautiful son, Chasen Alabrando, died from a cliff fall a year and a half ago in Isla Vista on April 29th, 2022. He was an alumni of UCSB visiting for the Alumni Weekend celebrations. Chasen was very successful and worked in a private banking as a wealth management analyst. He golfed all weekend and was letting loose with some of his fraternity brothers at a party located on a balcony that is clearly hanging over the cliff with no land underneath. It was the first picture you showed. It was, in fact, the balcony Chasen fell from. I am not sure of the details of his fall, so I have stopped obsessing on anything other than the facts. My son has already been held accountable and paid his price for any bad decisions that night, so I want everyone involved also held accountable. In my opinion, that would include Coastal Commission, city and county code enforcement, and the landlords of these properties used for housing UCSB students. These properties are in horrendous conditions to be housing anyone, let alone college students that are hosting parties on a cliff. This has happened way too many times now to be considered a freak accident. I want to see a lot of change, and I'm here today to advocate for Chase and all the other families who have been injured or lost their lives. 3 additional young adults have fallen along with my son in just a year and a half. Enough is enough. I support lower caps and the 8-point plan and wish someone would have been courageous enough and as proactive as she has been after Chasen died so that the other 3 might have been avoided. I am hopeful to have a lot of issues corrected from her efforts. Thank you.
We will now go to Alicia Crockett to be followed by Chase Franklin. Alicia? And Alicia, we have unmuted you on our end. If you can please unmute on your end to provide your comments. Alicia, we will return to you momentarily. We will now go to Chase Franklin to be followed by Nelson Mew. Chase?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. Thank you to the Board of Supervisors for taking time on this bluff safety item and for hearing my public comment. I come here to unequivocally and excitedly support Supervisor Capps' proposals as a UCSB student and Isla Vista resident. 13 students have died and numerous more have been injured due to the unsafe bluffs. There are balconies barely standing and actively eroding cliffs, a process that will increase due to climate change. Heavy rains from the top of the cliffs, like the ones we saw in January of this year, and waves at the bottom actively erode the cliffs at a higher rate than usual. I applaud Supervisor Capps for collaborating with numerous students like myself and local government agencies to come up with a holistic set of responses so that way students can safely live where they learn, work, and contribute to the county. No matter who you are or how long someone has lived in this region, we deserve to feel safe. The relative cost-benefit analysis to save lives of promising students and their futures indicate that these measures are sensible and cost-effective ways to do the job of county government, which is uphold safety. I urge each of the supervisors to vote in favor of raising fence heights and ways to increase lighting, horticulture, and other measures in the 8-point plan. Students of UCSB live in each of your districts and deserve to trust that they and their peers will feel safe whenever they travel into Isla Vista. Every death is one too many. Thank you to Supervisor Capps, Supervisor Hartman, Supervisor Williams, and Supervisor Lavanino for taking the time on this issue. And I appreciate, again, just all the consideration. Have a great day.
We will now go to Nelson Mew to be followed by Ethan Bertrand. Nelson?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can. Please proceed.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Similar to the last speaker, I'm also a UCSB student. I come here not with any really prepared statement or any, perfectly meticulously written show support. I just want to make it very clear that I believe this is a very critical kind of thing to act on. I know that a lot of focus here has been centered on, the students that have tragically lost their lives or members of the community. And I do also echo those sentiments. I feel it's very important to recognize kind of their legacy, but also in addition to that, I also want to bring attention to the fact that the damage that not having these measures doesn't just stem from the fact that people will, fall off the cliff and pass away, but also from the fact that a lot of people will feel unsafe from a lack of these measures, right? Not having these fences in place, not having, lighting, not having this horticulture to kind of show where is safe to stand and where isn't, tends to create a sense of fear and almost insecurity among a lot of the students in Isla Vista. And I've seen this time and time again, especially when people have to make difficult decisions like, using the bathroom in a place where perhaps is not the safest to be. People are worried for their safety, and we should try to make sure that, when we have so much other things to worry about in this time and day, or, in this day and age, we really ought to make it more safe for people to just, relax and not have to worry too much about these things all the time. So I'm, again, here to show my strong support for these proposals and ask you guys to vote yes on it, because I truly believe that this is a step in the right direction and it will help prevent more needless deaths. Thank you very much.
We will now go to Ethan Bertrand to be followed by Jonathan Aboud. Ethan?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. As a long-term resident and the Goleta School Board member who represents Isla Vista, I want to express my support for this safety plan. My heart goes out to the victims, survivors, and all of the loved ones impacted by the tragedies of our young neighbors falling from the bluffs. This plan outlines meaningful steps that will save lives. In addition to these important steps, I also believe that many of the property owners need to take steps to raise the standards for what kind of gatherings are okay to take place on their oceanfront properties and what kind of gatherings are simply too dangerous for these properties. It is unsafe for oceanfront properties to have packed nightclub-style parties. It's especially concerning when you see these events happening at some of the same properties over and over again. As mentioned, this is going to be a great step in the right direction with the plans that Supervisor Capps has brought forward and the plans to follow as well with other county agencies. Thank you to everyone involved in this sincerely. Really appreciate it. I urge the board's support for these recommendations.
We will now go to Jonathan Aboud to be followed by Kristen Deschler. Jonathan?
Hello, my name is Jonathan Aboud. I'll be alternating between a couple of my hats today, but I'll start by saying I've lived in Isla Vista for 13 years now, just one block away from the Bluffs and 1 year at a house on the Bluff edge. I've known too many people who've lost somebody to the Isla Vista Bluffs, and I want to especially thank Beth Crome and Molly Morrison for their longtime advocacy on this issue. When I first moved here, somebody fell every year, and 3 out of 4 years somebody died. Thank you to Supervisor Laura Capps and your team for the lightning fast response to bring this today. And I also want to thank Supervisor John Hartman, who got the bluff policy that the county already has updated in 2020. As the president of the City College Board, and I've represented here at Isla Vista since 2014, our board passed a resolution in support of the 8-point plan. The most recent death, and hopefully the last, was Benny Shermer, as stated already. And he was a vibrant SBCC student who was just enjoying a summer night out like everybody has ever done. We quickly heard how widely his death affected the campus community. And so I want to really thank Benny's friends who've been so active in pushing for change. And speaking as the general manager of the Isla Vista Community Services District, I'll also add additional thanks for not just being fast, but being collaborative to the supervisor in crafting this plan. We met with her and public safety immediately after Labor Day and quickly worked together to outline what became this 8-point plan. CSD is funding temporary restrooms alongside the county right now, and we've done a very extensive bluff safety campaign since January that has had over 100,000 views on social media and thousands of in-person contacts. While education is important and extremely valuable, we need to change the built environment. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge support of the plan.
We will now go to Kristen Deschler to be followed by Katie Shermer. Kristen?
Are you hearing me?
Yes, we can. Thank you. Please proceed.
Okay, did you hear anything I just said, or should I start again?
Oh, if you can please start from the beginning, that would be great.
Okay, I'm such a rookie. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and supervisors. My name is Kirsten Deschler. I'm Director of Government and Community Relations at UC Santa Barbara. I also sit on the Isla Vista Community Services District Board as a university representative. On behalf of UC Santa Barbara, I would like to express our support for the Isla Vista Bluff Safety Plan. We applaud Supervisor Capps for her caring leadership on the Ivy Bluff Safety Plan. Unfortunately, it is often tragedy that mobilizes a community and inspires collective action. The Ivy Bluff Safety Plan is a comprehensive approach that involves the county, university, private property owners, the Ivy Community Services District, the Ivy Recreation Parks District, law enforcement, students, and long-term residents. Raising the minimum height of railing and fencing on county bluffside properties and incentivizing property owners to do the same is a well-thought-out first action. We look forward to working with the county on other aspects of this plan. To that end, at the request of Supervisor Capps, we are already engaging with campus faculty who have expertise in outdoor LED lighting. All Ivy stakeholders have a role to play in preventing these terrible deaths. As I hear the comments today, I see the faces of the young people who have died in Isla Vista. And I'm thankful for all of those who are stepping forward today and in the future to help prevent another senseless death. Thank you for your action. Thank you for supporting this plan. Thank you to Supervisor Capps, her staff, and other county staff. And on behalf of the university and Chancellor Yang, I urge the board to support this initiative. Thank you.
We will now go to Katie Shermer, and then we will come to Santa Maria for Sue Dixon. Katie?
Yeah.
Katie, we can hear you. Thank you.
Hi. Yes. Honestly, I did not know I was speaking, but I'm happy to say I support the plan. And it's been tragic, as you know, losing our son 9 weeks ago. And yeah, it makes me sad that it's taken this long to do anything about it. But yes, I support the plan, and I hope Benny Shermer is the last fatal tragic death that happens to the cliffs. Thank you so much for everyone.
We will now come to Santa Maria with Sue Dixon, to be followed by Anna Esquivel. Sue?
Good afternoon. I have owned and lived in my property on Del Playa Drive, not on the bluff side, for almost 40 years. And I was a student in Isla Vista in the early 70s. I currently have a daughter who is a student at UCSB and lives in IV. And I successfully raised 3 children in IV and taught them to party responsibly and to be careful about the cliffs. One thing that has remained constant in the time I've lived in IV is the stunning view of the Pacific Ocean and the Channel Islands. People come to Del Playa to enjoy the scenery and the beach. Those of us with physical disabilities who may not be able to go down to the beach itself can still enjoy the scenery from the blufftop parks and open spaces. I am also concerned about the safety of the students. I basically support all of the points put forward in the plan. However, regarding fencing and horticulture, I think we need some kind of barrier, but not necessarily a 6-foot fence in all properties. I think parks and open spaces should be treated differently. I think horticultural solutions should be used for those. I would never be able to see over a 6-foot fence, and most people wouldn't. I also believe the 6,800 blocks of Del Playa should be exempted from the fence. I think that the 6-foot fence would be taking away my right and that of countless others to the spectacular ocean view from the bluff top. Because of the overcrowding living conditions in Isla Vista, the presence of open spaces and parks and expansive views is especially important for the mental health of residents. Isla Vistans have gone to great efforts in the last 50 years to preserve these spaces and views and to make Isla Vista a more livable place. There's nowhere else on the California coast where such an obstruction to the view would be tolerated. Please find a better solution for the parks and open spaces. And I will, if I still have time, I will just add that I think a lot needs to be done with the alcohol consumption, the partying, and working with the landlords to make sure these large parties don't happen. Thank you.
We will now go to Anna Esquivel, to be followed by Grace Wilson. Anna?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak in support of the 8-point plan Supervisor Capps has proposed to address the safety issues along the bluffs in Isla Vista. My name is Ana Esquivel. 5 years ago, on October 20, 2018, I was driving to Isla Vista to pick up my son, Alessandro, when I got the call every parent reads. My son had just started his sophomore year at UCSB as a pre-mathematics major. Alessandro had a congenital hearing loss. He was deaf, wearing cochlear implants, and had overcome many challenges in his life. He was a loving son, a caring brother, and a devoted friend who left an impact on the lives of so many people. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine his life would end at the base of the Isla Vista cliffs. I have spoken to other mothers who have lost children to cliff falls in Isla Vista, and my heart goes out to the family of Benny Shermer. I know how his family is feeling because we all felt that. I could not believe other young people had died, and yet serious safety risk went unaddressed. The important thing is that now, finally, action will be taken to protect lives. That's what these measures will do. So I urge you to adopt Supervisor Capps' plan and fully implement all 8 of their recommendations. It's easy to blame the victims, but that will only guarantee more victims. It's time for action, for better fencing, for investments to be made by property owners and the county, for policy decisions to prioritize the welfare of the county, for policy decisions that prioritize the welfare of the young people who help fuel the local economy, and for those who have lost kids to those cliffs to know that by your actions that our beautiful children did not die in vain. It's not easy to speak today and to wade through the deep emotions that this issue creates for me. But this is important. I came today knowing that it will take courage for you to do what must be done. And I want to help you, and I want to give you the courage. I'm sorry. Thank you.
We will now go to Grace Wilson, to be followed by Janet Stitch. Grace?
Hi, my name is Grace Wilson. I'm a student at Santa Barbara City College, and just over 8 weeks ago, I was with my close friend Benny Shermer at a gathering on private property when he lost his life due to a both tragic and preventable cliff fall. Instead of being in class today, classes of which me and my friends, including Benny, were enrolled in together, I've chosen instead to be here, though in these dire circumstances, it seems as though it's less of a choice, but the only option. I'm using my voice to fight to protect the lives of my peers and community members who deserve to feel safe. And alongside me are representatives, family, and friends of cliff fall victims, and over 11,000 community members who signed a petition I made showing solidarity on the agreement that these tragedies are preventable. In my opinion, the option to remain negligent to this issue should no longer be permitted. We should not let obstacles such as resistance from property owners to install fencing, safer fencing, lack of safety precautions, to continue to prove fatal time after time and death after death. A yes today would be a start to a process that will save lives. And with my respect and understanding towards whatever decision is made today following Benny's death, or in the foreseeable future following the next one, which we are subject to believe that there will be a next one, we are not going to stop fighting. And we will make ourselves a force to be reckoned with until these deaths are finally reckoned a tragedy worth preventing. Thank you.
And I believe Janet is going to wave. I'm going to wave. Okay. Thank you. And we will now go to our final speaker, Carrie Topliff. Carrie?
Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. I want to thank you for the appointment to the Isla Vista Community Services District Board. We are taking safety in Isla Vista very seriously. We certainly are very appreciative of Supervisor Capps' leadership on this issue. We feel like we've worked very closely with her. We have a unanimous support from our board for the 8-point plan. And we feel like we have really worked through some of the community sensitivities about the loss of coastal views, so that the fencing is only going to be areas that are already fenced. It's not intended to add any fencing. And then because of some of the community sensitivities about what we consider to be appropriate policing, we are again working with her very closely and with the police very closely, and we feel very confident that we have some very helpful plans there that'll really make a difference to the community. So some of the things are more long range. We and Supervisor Capps rushed to get porta potties out immediately. And then, of course, we had to stake them down because they were getting tipped over. So it's always a process. But I'm hoping that we will be able to work in partnership in the future to put in some permanent toilets in Isla Vista, because it's really a very underserved community in that way, and that seems very important all around. So thank you very much for this very prompt action, and may it prevent any further tragedies. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on this item.
Supervisor Hartman.
Yes, well, I first want to commend Supervisor Capps for all the work she's done on this and for bringing the community together. I would like to emphasize, though, what Carrie Topliff said, that this is a process. When I was supervisor, we put in fencing, we put in signs, we worked on lighting, we did education through orientation by UCSB. We had fire department go and put flyers on the Del Playa homes. So I think the memorial will be a profoundly effective piece to educate people, but it is an ongoing matter, and we tried hard with the landlords on Del Playa that there be some notice in the leases about to parents about the dangers if their child was living there, and just duty for them to play a role to notify people. And I think that's really a piece of the puzzle that we haven't quite addressed yet, and I think that remains, I hope somehow that'll be a 9-point, a future point as soon as possible, because I think that's really a key aspect of safety that hasn't been addressed yet, and that really is our greatest fear, is these parties on the decks and that something's going to collapse and it will be a huge tragedy. So very, very supportive of these efforts, but we can't stop here.
Supervisor Lavanino.
Thank you, and I also want to express my gratitude to Supervisor Capps for bringing this forward. The memorial, I think, is going to have I went to Yosemite a couple years back, and we were messing around by a waterfall thing, and then there was a plaque there that talked about the amount of people that had died there, which really shocked me back into reality of we were screwing around probably where we shouldn't have been. So I hope that has the desired effect, not to mention making sure everybody continues to remember the people that were lost. I've had 3 college kids that we've raised, and you spend a lot of your time trying to protect themselves, almost against themselves. I look at this as like putting the seatbelt on. I understand that there are views involved, but every meeting we're up here, we weigh things. And to lose a view for a short amount of time, as opposed to, listening to the mothers and the friends that have talked about you lose a loved one for the rest of your life. It really tips the scales. So I'm in full support, and as Supervisor Hartman said, I think this is one step of many that we need to continue to work on, and I just appreciate you bringing it forward. And Chris, great job.
And I also want to say my thanks. Isla Vista is a really important community to me, having grown up there and know these places, and seen the patterns, the good and the bad patterns in Ivy. But I just I appreciate the work, and also appreciate the idea that it's time to push back against sort of the seemingly commission staff's belief that the views trump public safety. And and ask them to really that they need to really reevaluate the proper balance. The safety issues there are important and need to be valued by all the relevant local agencies. Supervisor Capps.
Well, thank you to everyone who spoke. I just want to again repeat, it's incredibly brave for Anna and Heather and Katie. I mean, just to speak about what happened and to do so in service of progress cannot be underestimated. Your bravery, thank you. And to Grace, your advocacy is stunning. And I just want to echo what has been said, that I've just caught my eye, that mountain right there. I'm feeling this daunting feeling of, okay, this is great. We're making some progress here today, but we're just at the foot of that, of a steep hill where we're going to have to keep climbing, because there's thousands of new students every fall. Isla Vista Community Service District knows that. That's why they go door to door. We can raise fences, but we also have to look at the lighting. This is a beginning of the process, and this isn't the end. This isn't the check the box. This is a commitment from me to keep fighting. And I know I'm looking at Grace, I know you'll keep me accountable to that, because you've just done an incredible job of galvanizing 11,000 people to care and to put that care into action. So thank you, heartfelt thank you, and this depth of compassion for a really special part of our area and really special community. I mean, young people are what keep our energy going. They keep us thriving, and we need to make sure that they have a shot at the beautiful life that they deserve. And I'm just grateful to be in this position to keep climbing that mountain and working on more safety. Thank you.
One last thing.
Supervisor Lavnia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I also just wanted to thank Chief Hartwig again for sharing. That was really powerful. Thank you.
Can I get a motion?
Chair Williams, just want to make sure that everyone sees the recommended actions before you. We're asking you to approve actions A through I.
It's my.
Yeah, you can make a motion.
I can make the motion. Okay, I'm happy to make the motion, items A through I.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? It's unanimous. We have one more item for this session. That's departmental item number 6.
Chair Williams and members of the board, departmental item number 6 is from the Planning and Development Department. It is a hearing to consider recommendations regarding the County Planning Commission, CPC, and Montecito Planning Commission, MPC, recommended ordinance amendments to the County Land Use and Development Code, LUDC, Montecito Land Use and Development Code, MLUDC, and Article 2 Coastal Zoning Ordinance, CZO, as applicable, to revise the permitting and development standards for accessory dwelling units, ADUs, eliminate the shopping center, SC, zone district, and rezone these properties to retail commercial, C2, and implement a series of minor amendments that address emerging issues and correct the clarifying existing language, and consider the adoption of an amendment to the Santa Barbara County Uniform Rules for Agricultural Preserve and Farmland Security Zones, uniform rules to revise the existing ADU definition.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, the item that we bring before you today is in part, as Ms. Alexander indicated, that we are bringing accessory dwelling unit county law into compliance with state law. The state legislature changes it, I think, yearly, and so we have to catch up and keep up. But the other part of it is changing the shopping center zone, which has been a problem for many applicants over the years, and it's been a long time coming. And this is sort of the first piece of the changes we're making to the commercial zone districts that was part of the expansion that the board gave the long-range planning division. So this is the first piece you're seeing from that effort that the board made and the resources that you provided to the department. We appreciate that. Today I have Alex Tuttle, who's the Deputy Director of Long Range Planning, and Karina Venegas Martin, who is the planner that's been processing these rezones.
Thank you, Lisa. Good afternoon, Chair Williams and members of the board. Again, for the record, my name is Karina Venegas Martin, and I will be presenting today the proposed ADU, SC rezone, and minor ordinance amendments. So earlier this year, the board directed planning and development staff to initiate amendments to the county LUDC, Montecito LUDC, and the coastal zoning ordinance to bring the county's ADU ordinances into compliance with recent state legislation. Also, as part of a broader zoning ordinance amendment project, the board has directed staff to rezone or revise the shopping center zone to update and modernize the regulations to accommodate suitable development and uses. Additionally, staff prepared a set of minor ordinance amendments to correct and clarify existing text provisions that I will discuss further in a later slide. On September 28th of 2022, Assembly Bill 221 and Senate Bill 897 amended Government Code Section 6585.2 and 6585.22, which are the state regulations pertaining to ADUs and junior ADUs, and went into effect on January 1st of this year. A few changes include an increased height allowance for certain types of ADUs, clarified front setback requirements, and permitting different combinations of ADUs on lots within the residential and mixed-use zones. And as this new legislation became effective, certain provisions of the county's ADU ordinance became inconsistent with state law. Accordingly, staff has drafted amendments to the LUDC, Montecito LUDC, coastal zoning ordinance to comply with the new state law, and has also revised and clarified existing ADU regulations based on learned experiences and to help remove barriers for the construction of ADUs. The proposed LUDC and MLUDC and coastal zoning ordinance amendments are included as attachments 3, 4, and 5 to this board letter. Listed on this slide are some of the proposed amendments, which include an increased height allowance for certain types of ADUs, clarifications on front setback requirements, clarified floor area calculation including ADU conversions, a 20% total floor area allowance for minor architectural features to be constructed in conjunction with an ADU, and lastly, revised lot requirements to permit the combination of one conversion ADU and one new construction detached ADU on a lot within the residential and mixed-use zones, meeting certain criteria. This last change is in response to input that staff received from state HCD regarding their interpretation of state law. They have been flagging this issue in their review of jurisdictions' proposed ADU regulations and requiring changes to ensure compliance with their interpretation. The coastal zoning ordinance includes some differences to ensure consistency with the California Coastal Act and include the uncertified 2021 amendments, which have been updated to comply with the recent 2023 legislation. In the next 3 slides, I will discuss the changes that staff made to comply with state law. New state law allows detached ADUs up to 18 feet if they're located within 1/2 mile walking distance of a major transit stop or on a lot with an existing or proposed multifamily that is 2 stories high, and up to 25 feet or the height limit, whichever is lower under the local zoning ordinance, for an ADU that is attached to a primary dwelling. For new construction, new state law permits attached and detached ADUs to encroach into the front setbacks if there is no other alternative to allow the construction of up to an 800 square foot ADU that meets the height limits and complies with the 4-foot side and rear setbacks. And lastly, revising lot requirements to permit the combination of one conversion ADU and one new construction detached ADU on a lot within the residential and mixed-use zones in certain circumstances. Consistent with state HCD's interpretation, and as shown on this slide, Within a residential and mixed-use zone, state law permits more than one ADU on a lot if certain criteria is met. This would allow a combination of an attached ADU entirely within the single-family dwelling, a new detached ADU of up to 800 square feet, and one junior ADU entirely within a single-family dwelling or attached garage. The proposed ordinance amendments also include other amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and coastal zoning ordinance that were subject of the County Planning Commission's recommendation to the board. The table on this slide identifies all of the proposed amendments. In the LUDC and coastal zoning ordinance, staff eliminated references to the shopping center SC zone, which is not a zone district in the coastal zone and is being eliminated in the inland area. In the LUDC, the proposed amendments eliminate the SC zone district and rezone those properties to retail commercial, also known as C2, in order to consolidate commercial zones and facilitate greater commercial opportunities within these areas. The C2 zone also accommodates mixed-use development with a minor CUP for the residential component. Thus, rezoning these sites to C2 will remove a barrier to the development of housing in these commercial centers. And lastly, the other minor amendments clarify that projects that are determined to be exempt from a planning permit are not subject to appeal, correct and clarify existing development standards related to detached accessory structures, and lastly, in the LUDC, correct a permit type error on table 2-22 of section 35.26.030. The proposed ordinance amendments to the LUDC, MLUDC, and coastal zoning ordinance are recommended to be determined exempt from environmental review as they would not result in any new significant impacts or increase the severity of previously considered impacts. As a result, no new environmental document is required pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15061B3, 15265, and 15282H. The recommendations for today's ordinance amendments can be found on page 1 of the November 7th board letter. To summarize, they are to make the required findings for approval and CEQA findings found in attachment 1, determine that the proposed ordinance amendments are exempt from the provisions of CEQA, and finally to adopt a resolution amending the LUDC, coastal zoning ordinance, and county zoning map found in attachments 3, 5, 6, and 7. This concludes staff's presentation, and staff is available for any questions. Thank you.
Questions from the board? I do have one. It was the one that was written in by Jeremy Crail, the member of the public, is the question of applicability in the ag zone for conversion to structures to ADUs. And I sort of have two questions, sort of the merits of his claim just based on the reading of it, but also just sort of like the intent, right? Don't we want to try to facilitate that applicability, or is the concern of sort of end runs to lot splits?
Mr. Chair, Commissioner, board members, the issue regarding the conversions is state law sets forth two types or categories of ADUs. They have what they refer to as state exempt ADUs, and then sort of the other ADUs. And so with the state exempt ADUs, we have very little authority to apply standards other than what's prescribed by state law. With the non-exempt ADUs, we have a greater ability to apply standards, including size limits, height, setbacks, etc. In the case of Mr. Crail, he has an accessory structure that had been constructed and he's looking to convert that to ADU that would exceed the normal size limits for an ADU. Staff has seen a large number of instances where property owners will go and construct a large accessory structure, often much larger than their primary dwelling, and then turn right around and convert that to an ADU, and take advantage of sort of the lack of clarity that is provided from state law. We do not have the ability to apply size limits for conversion of the state exempt ADUs, but our read of state law and conversations with HCD staff agree with us, which is that we do have the ability to apply size limits for the conversion of the non-exempt ADUs. One of the main distinctions is in the particular zone districts that the two categories of ADUs are permitted. The exempt ADUs are within residential zones, and then the non-exempt ADUs are within zones that allow residential use. And so you take an agricultural zone district, it is clearly not a residential zone, but it allows residential use. And so that would be subject to the non-state exempt ADUs, and therefore staff has proposed placing a size limit for those conversions. It's certainly your board's discretion to remove that provision and place no size limit, but we have seen, as I mentioned, many instances where large accessory structures are constructed and then immediately turned around and converted to an ADU.
I could see that as being a methodology that people could abuse.
And one thing to add, this was a concern that had been raised at the Planning Commission, and sort of lamenting our lack of control, and so that did have us look further into this issue, and that's why we have presented that proposal for your consideration.
Thank you. Supervisor Capps.
Thank you. I'm all for these streamlining efforts and clarification. So Director Plowman and I have talked about this in the past, but I wanted to raise this of a bit tangential, but with shopping centers and our efforts to try to include shopping centers in the housing element because of the trends in which the ways in which people would like to live now with multi-use, and we were unsuccessful in doing that because of state deadlines and timeframes. Does this have any impact? I know it doesn't have an impact for this current housing element, sadly, much to my chagrin, but going forward, will this help with the shopping center piece of this help facilitate development that would be satisfying of the state's mandates?
Supervisor Capps, through the chair. So yes, removing a shopping center is one of the commercial zone districts that does not allow residential uses on it. And so by changing all of the properties that are zoned for shopping center to another commercial zone district, C2 in this case, that allows for residential uses to be added to these sites with a minor conditional use permit. So it creates the availability now for people to apply for a mixed use project. So any mixed use project that were to come online in the next 8 years would count towards our numbers. So that would be a great thing, and I think our county has tried to incentivize that over the years because we believe it is good, land use planning and urban planning to bring people and services together. So we try and facilitate that where we can, and we will be doing more in our next round of amendments related to commercial zone districts.
Any public comment?
Chair Williams and members of the board, we have no request to speak on this item.
Can I get a motion?
Move A through E.
Second?
I'll second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Good job. Thank you so much. We will adjourn to the 28th in Santa Maria. Maybe it's too early to say this, but I'll say it anyway. Happy Thanksgiving. Maybe happy CSAC.